My name is Lin Shu. I've lived once before, and I waited a full 18 years just for this moment, the moment of awakening. But what I never expected was that on the very afternoon after I awakened, someone would put me over the fire and squeeze me, forcing me to hand over the thing I valued most in the world, just like that, for nothing. Let me lay it out first. In the world I live in, a person's life has two major turning points. The first is birth. The second is the career awakening at 18. I didn't get a choice about the first one. The moment I opened my eyes, I'd been born into an ordinary working-class family. Both my parents were C-rank career holders, grinding away their days in a factory. Not poor, but nowhere near rich. But the second turning point, that one, I'd thought, was my chance to turn my life around. That day, the awakening ceremony was held in the gymnasium of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Over 3,000 senior year students stood in a long line, and above their heads hung a massive awakening array, glowing with a faint golden light. When it was my turn to step onto the stage, I'll admit it, even having lived a whole extra life, my palms were slick with sweat. The teacher running the ceremony read out my file in a flat, expressionless voice. First in the grade for academics, fifth in the grade for combat evaluation, overall rating A-rank potential. The crowd below erupted into chatter, saying someone like me would awaken at least an A rank, and with a little luck, might even brush up against S rank. There was a boy in the crowd wearing a designer tracksuit who curled his lip. I knew that look all too well. His name was Li Hao, the rich kid of the school, family sitting on a fortune, and his uncle happened to be the principal. His grades were mediocre, his combat skills average, but thanks to all the resources his family threw at him, he'd still landed an A-rank rating. He and I had been at odds for a long time. Because he loved to bully other students, he'd force people to eat cigarette butts just for kicks. I couldn't stand it, and I'd stepped in to stop him more than a few times. That's how the two of us ended up locked in a feud. I pressed my hand against the awakening stone. A cold sensation crept up from my palm, and then a massive surge of energy poured into my body. The awakening stone lit up. Its color shifted from white to green, then to blue, then to purple, climbing higher and higher. Someone in the crowd shouted, "It's purple. At least A rank." Even the teacher's face showed surprise, because the color was still deepening. S rank. The looks around me changed all at once, full of envy. Because you have to understand, awakening a useful S rank career basically means you're set for life, never having to worry about food or clothing again. But the next second, the light of the awakening stone turned gold, so blinding that people couldn't keep their eyes open. 3 characters surfaced on the stone: Sacrificer. The whole place went dead silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, a system prompt that only I could hear rang out in my head. Ding. Congratulations, you have awakened an SSS rank career. Sacrificer. Career trait. You may permanently enhance any skill by sacrificing life value, attributes, items, and so on as the cost. The greater the sacrifice, the stronger the enhancement. Warning: the sacrificer is extremely dangerous. Each sacrifice consumes an irreversible portion of your life essence. Please use with caution. In that moment, I was completely stunned. SSS rank. This was a level I wouldn't have dared to dream of in my past life. All of Qinglan continent only produced a few dozen a year. The crowd below had already gone absolutely wild, some cursing with red-rimmed eyes, others saying my family's ancestral graves must have blessed us. I knew full well, the most valuable part of an awakening isn't the career itself, it's the talent tied to the rank. An SSS rank career meant an SSS rank talent, plus the resource subsidies handed down by the Great Xia government. And most crucial of all, an SSS rank career certificate. With that certificate, leveling up before level 60 was practically without obstacles. Just like that, my fate was supposed to flip completely around. At least, that's what I believed at the time. What I didn't notice was that down below, Li Hao had pulled out his phone, head down, thumbs flying as he sent a message to someone. As I was escorted off the stage, my classmates crowded around me, calling me Shu, our champion, over and over, telling me not to forget them once I made it. I'd always been well-liked. For one, my mental age gave me an edge, so handling these hot-headed kids was child's play. For another, to help my family out financially, I regularly shared study tips openly. and I'd even self-taught an F-rank healing spell to serve as a combat sparring partner for classmates, charging way less than what you'd pay outside. People trusted me. Right in the middle of the excitement, someone came running over with a message. Lin Shu, the principal wants to see you. Immediately, people around me started teasing, saying that senior last year who awakened SSS rank got a speech and a bonus from the principal, so this time I was probably going to get a payout too. I smiled but didn't respond, because inside, that string in my gut had already pulled tight. The principal's office was on the top floor of the administrative building. The moment I pushed the door open and stepped in, a blast of cold air hit me and made me shiver. Out there in this blazing heat, the busted fan in our classroom spun so fast it blurred and still couldn't cool anyone down. But this guy, he sure knew how to live comfortably. Behind a rosewood desk sat a man in his 50s, square-faced, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit the upstanding gentleman. But I knew better. This old codger Li Jianguo had a heart as black as coal. I quickly put on a smile and stepped forward to greet him. Just then, Li Hao came sauntering out from behind a folding screen carrying 2 cups of water, and the first thing out of his mouth was "Uncle." Li Jianguo frowned and said that at school he should be called principal. Seeing this setup, that little bad feeling I'd had was now completely confirmed. Li Jianguo smiled with the picture of kindness, gestured for me to sit, and pulled a document from a drawer, sliding it in front of me. The title read, SSS Rank Career Holders Special Subsidy Agreement. I knew about this. To encourage high-rank career holders, the state paid out subsidies to those S-rank and above. S-rank got $50,000 a month, SS rank $200,000 a month, and SSS rank $500,000 a month. $500,000 a month. My mom and dad's salaries combined didn't even add up to $10,000. Just as I was thinking about that money, Li Jianguo tapped the desk twice with his finger and spoke slowly. You're the only SSS rank at our school this time. Sure, Sacrificer is an unpopular, obscure career, but SSS rank is still SSS rank. Your file has to be compiled and submitted by the school, and whether the higher-ups approve it, well, that's still up in the air. I frowned. What do you mean, whether it gets approved? As I recall, that senior last year had his subsidy come through the same day. That was last year. He leaned back in his chair. Policy changed this year. There are more and more SSS rank holders, and plenty of people awaken a high-tier career and then never work hard again. Just lie around collecting checks every day. The Great Xia government has caught wind of this. Jiangzhou City is cracking down hard this year. Obscure careers, people with bad records, they could get cut with one clean stroke. At that point, he shifted gears, his eyes locking onto mine. You're a diligent student with a good attitude, but I received a complaint letter. It says you've been bullying classmates under the guise of sparring and forming a little clique against the school to isolate Li Hao. My face darkened instantly. Principal, that's a vicious lie. He raised a hand in a fake soothing gesture. I know there's got to be someone jealous of you behind this, filing false complaints. But you and Li Hao really do have bad blood between you. You even wrote a formal apology over it before, didn't you? Sacrificer is already an obscure career with heavy side effects, and now add these complaints on top. Even if the school wanted to help you apply, it'd be tough. I lifted my head, finally seeing crystal clear what this old bastard was after. So he'd been taking this whole roundabout route just to take advantage of my situation and shake me down. I wiped the smile off my face and kept my tone as calm as I could. So how does the principal want to handle this? Simple. You just reconcile with Li Hao. The complaint letter and all that false information, I'll bury it for you. As he said this, he spread out several sheets of A4 paper that Li Hao had just handed him. Big characters at the top read, Transfer Agreement. The contents were just 3 pages, but stripped down to the core, it came to one thing. I sign away my subsidy, and I also have to write something like, I have no confidence in developing my career path, and to avoid wasting national resources, I voluntarily recommend a more capable classmate, handing over both my subsidy eligibility and my career certificate at once. I laughed coldly. Principal, if I'm giving it all up, why do I still have to name a beneficiary? Isn't that contradictory? Let me guess. That beneficiary is the Li Hao standing behind you, right? Li Jianguo had a thick skin. He wasn't the least bit fazed. You're a person of high principle, promoting talent over connections. Yes, the The beneficiary is Li Hao. But we won't let you walk away empty-handed. Li Hao took a step forward and held up 3 fingers. I'll buy you out in one lump sum. I looked at those 3 fingers of his and sneered. 30,000 or 300,000. Li Hao's expression darkened, but Li Jiangguo smoothed it over with a smile. Classmate Lin, this is a transaction. 30,000, 300,000. Those numbers are an insult to SSS rank. 3 million, one lump sum, buying out 3 years of your subsidy plus the career certificate. And in light of market rates, I'll take it upon myself to have Li Hao throw in another 2 million. 5 million. That's enough to keep your whole family fed and clothed without a worry. I almost laughed out of sheer anger. An SSS rank subsidy is 500,000 a month, 6 million a year. So 3 years is 18 million. He opens his mouth with 5 million, which doesn't even cover the loose change. Not to mention that SSS rank certificate, which starts at several million minimum on the open market. 5 million to buy the whole thing out. In his dreams. Too low, I said, forcing down my anger. And besides, the subsidy is mine. I have no reason to transfer it. The smile faded from Li Jiangguo's face. Classmate Lin Shu, you need to face reality. Your career is obscure, so it already carries a risk of being cut. Pile on these complaints and evaluations, and if you really lose your subsidy, you'll have lost far more than you gained. You're threatening me. Don't put it so harshly. I'm helping you analyze the reality. He unhurriedly took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. I hear your parents are both factory workers. Take this money, and they can retire in comfort, buy a villa out in the suburbs, live out their days in peace. Wouldn't that be nice? I took a deep breath and forced down my temper. Because I knew better than he did, what this year's policy was going to cut wasn't SSS rank at all. At most, it would reach S rank or SS rank. That whole cutting subsidies line he was feeding me was pure scare tactics. But if I actually signed, all Li Hao had to do was pull a few tricks, dock the payments, drag his feet, and in the end shove a few 100,000 my way to send me packing. And me, a broke student, what could I possibly do about it? Thinking of that, I stood up. That was a nice speech, I said. But I don't agree. The little smug smile on Li Jiangguo's face froze. What did you say? I suggest you think it over some more. Are you deaf? I slammed my hand down on the desk. I said I don't agree, and I don't need to think it over. If you actually had the power to do this, would you be bothering to negotiate with me? What the hell is Li Hao? He's not even worth it. Li Hao slapped his palm on the desk, about to blow up, but one glare from Li Jiangguo forced him back down. I leaned in and stared this old bastard dead in the eyes. I'll admit that power runs this world. But you, at the end of the day, you're just a principal. Don't go sticking a green onion up your nose and thinking you've turned into an elephant. Let me tell you, if you dare touch my subsidy, I'll make sure you learn that this life of mine may be a worthless one, but the blood of an SSS rank career holder splatters higher than anyone else's. Push me hard enough, and worst case, I'll die on the steps of City Hall, on the steps of the Qinglong Continent Career Association, on the steps of the Great Xia Government Memorial Plaza. And don't even think about quietly having me killed. I've already handed this whole ugly business between us to someone you'll never find. The moment I die, you, Li Hao, and that pack of people behind you, you all go down with me. I've even come up with the headline for you. An SSS rank genius killed by his own before he could grow. Is this the tragedy of the Great Xia government, or the playground of the powerful? My worthless life means nothing to me. I just wonder whether Principal Li has the guts to play this game with me. The air in the office plunged to freezing all at once. A cold glint flashed behind Li Jiangguo's lenses, and the aura pressure of a level 40 career holder came crashing down on me from every direction. The way he looked at me was like looking at an ant that didn't know it was about to die. Li Hao jumped up too, pounding the desk. Lin Shu, you're fucking asking for it. But right then, Li Jiangguo suddenly whipped around and slapped Li Hao across the face. Li Hao, what are you saying? Apologize to classmate Lin Shu. Li Hao clutched his cheek, dumbfounded. Uncle? Slap, another blow. Apologize. Li Hao gritted his teeth and forced out 3 words through them. I'm sorry. Li Jiangguo turned back to me and squeezed out a smile. My apologies, classmate Lin Shu. I only wanted to help you secure your subsidy smoothly, and it's blown up into this big misunderstanding. If you don't want to sign, then forget it. With that, he picked up the transfer agreement, gave a flick of his fingertips, and flames leaped up from the paper, burning it to ash right in front of me. All right, please, see yourself out. I understood perfectly. This was him showing me the door. I took a deep breath, turned, and left. The door shut behind me. The anger on my face vanished in an instant. Because I saw right through it. Burning that agreement wasn't him backing down. It was him destroying a piece of paper evidence. A dog that bites never barks. Given the kind of man he was, there was no way he'd let this go. Sure enough, the moment I stepped out, I ran straight into my homeroom teacher, who grabbed me with a look of panic on his face. Lin Shu, I just saw in the office. Director Wang pulled your career trial registration form. My heart dropped. Pulled it? On what grounds? They said it's to protect quality young people, that the sacrificer has too many drawbacks, so they want to report your case up separately first. The moment I heard that, I understood. This Li Jiangguo really was an old dog. Protection, reporting up, all of it was just an excuse to push my paperwork from one department to another, stalling and stalling until it just fizzled out into nothing, keeping me pinned dead in place. The most disgusting part was that he'd done it so airtight, I didn't even have anywhere to lodge a complaint. Let me explain what this career trial is. It's the first official challenge every career holder faces after awakening. The better you perform, the more attention you draw. Right now, we're at the critical moment when policy is about to be reformed, so every high-rank career holder is straining to push their way up, terrified their subsidies will get cut. But me, I've had even my registration eligibility snatched away. Just as I was debating whether to storm back in and cause another scene, my phone rang. It was my mom. Little Shu, I heard you awakened SSS rank. Is it true? I pushed down my temper and forced out a smile. It's true. Truer than gold. Wonderful. Our Lin family's ancestral graves are finally blessing us. Mom's taking the afternoon off work. I'll buy you all your favorite foods, so come home early. When I got home, the whole apartment was filled with the smell of good cooking the second I opened the door. The table was loaded with a big spread of all my favorite dishes, and my mom was smiling so hard her eyes crinkled into little slits. There was no point telling them about all the mess. It would only make them worry for nothing. I swallowed my frustration and stepped forward with a smile. After dinner, I went back to my own room. Outside the window, the sky went dark, then bright again. I didn't sleep a wink all night, one thought turning over and over in my mind. I awakened the best career there is, so how the hell did I end up in this situation? I hadn't done anything wrong, so why should everything I had be so casually torn away from me? By the time it was full daylight, I stood up. I refused to accept my fate. For the career trial, aside from the school route, there are also individual and corporate routes. Li Jiangguo had blocked the school route dead. The only path left open to me was the individual trial. But to take that route, I first had to figure out exactly what cards I was holding. I pulled up my own career panel. Career, SSS rank Sacrificer. Level 1. Health value 100, mana 100. Talent, SSS rank Sacrifice. Can sacrifice health value, attributes, and items to permanently enhance any skill. The greater the cost, the stronger the effect. Only 2 skills, the talent skill Sacrifice and 1 F-rank healing spell. The Sacrificer really was an obscure career, riddled with drawbacks. To unleash its full power, you had to feed it your life, sacrifice your health value. And it was precisely this fatal weakness that gave Li Jiangguo the nerve to squeeze me so shamelessly. I looked at the boy in the mirror, eyes bloodshot, complexion ashen, and I laughed, a laugh uglier than crying. My mouth said I refused to accept my fate, but in the state I was in, what could refusing even accomplish? I had an SSS rank career, yet my chance to grow had been cut off by others, and the only thing I could actually use was a healing spell. But right then, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. No, I had more than one skill. Besides the healing spell, I also had that SSS rank talent, Sacrifice itself. A crazy idea shot up all at once. For everyone else's career, you have to slowly level up to unlock power. But the Sacrificer was different. As long as you dared to gamble your life, as long as you paid a big enough price, the greater the return. So what if I used Sacrifice to sacrifice in order to enhance Sacrifice itself? The me in the mirror smiled. Isn't this just gambling my life? Fine. Then let's gamble. A panel instantly popped up before my eyes. The sacrifice conditions I could choose from were health value, memory, emotion, skill, career, body part. I stared at it, gritted my teeth, and made a choice only a madman would dare to make. I want to sacrifice my SSS rank career, sacrificer, plus 99% of my maximum health value. I deliberately chose maximum health, not current health. Current health, even if drained dry, could slowly recover, but the maximum cap, that was the harshest cost of all. And I didn't just stake that. I threw in my SSS rank career too, all at once. Just like I said, isn't this just gambling my life? Worst case, I gamble the career away entirely, using sacrifice to boost sacrifice. The sentence was such a mouthful it tripped up even me, but it was the best plan I could come up with. Ding! That prompt rang out again, identical to when I awakened, and yet somehow different in every way. The panel began to shake violently, splitting open a crack like glass. The next second, with a bang, the entire sacrifice panel shattered. In its place appeared a brand new interface. You have unlocked a brand new rank, EX rank career, Fate Sacrificer. You have obtained the sole EX rank talent, Life Echo. Effect, with every breath, permanently increase your maximum health value by 1 point. This talent cannot be stripped away, sealed, copied, or transferred by any means. I stared hard at the health value row on the panel. It was leaping upward like crazy. 1, 16, 32, 50. With every breath I took, the cap shot up another notch. My pupils slowly went wide. I'd bet right. The rule of the SSS rank sacrificer was, the greater the cost, the greater the reward. But never in my wildest dreams had I imagined the reward could be this enormous. SSS rank. The Great Xia government still produces a few thousand a year. But EX rank, in 2 whole lifetimes, I'd never even heard of it. As for that 99% maximum health I'd staked, it all came flooding back in the blink of an eye. My status now, EX rank Fate Sacrificer, level 1, maximum health 358 and still climbing, strength 12, agility 13, both higher than a normal person's. Skill bar, EX rank Sacrifice, F rank healing spell. The one let down was that while my cap was climbing, my current health value didn't recover along with it. But that was no problem at all for me. I immediately spent 100 points of maximum health as the cost to enhance that unremarkable F rank healing spell. In an instant, the healing spell, which used to give off nothing but a faint green glow, suddenly burst out with a dazzling holy light. Its level shot up like a rocket. Level 1, Level 2, all the way up to Level 10, then a blurry flash, and it jumped straight to max. F rank healing spell has reached its limit, max rank. I gave it a test. Deducting 5 mana, restored 1,000 health. A surge of vigorous life force poured through my whole body. You have to understand, the most this thing used to heal, best case, was 10 points per use. Now it was a flat 1,000, a full 100 times more. And I'd now completely cracked the way the sacrificer worked. Other career holders would need to grind for decades to bring an F-rank skill to max level. But for me, it was a matter of a few breaths. Once it hit max, every future use cost nothing but a bit of mana, no other price required. This was exactly why those ascetic cultivators would spend their whole lives obsessively drilling one single skill. I'd heard of someone who trained a B-rank blade draw skill to max level, and a single strike could split mountains and cleave the seas. But everyone assumed max was the ceiling. Me, having just gotten an EX rank career, knew better. This was nowhere near the top. With that thought, I started breathing hard, gulping down big lungfuls to bank up my cap. In a matter of moments, my maximum health surged past 1,800. I was breathing so fast that the instant my health refilled, the cap jumped up again. TSK. When I get the chance, I really need to grab a few passive skills. I spent another 100 points of my cap to keep enhancing the already maxed healing spell. Enhancement complete. F-rank healing spell max. Instantly restore 1,000 health and restore 100 health per second for 10 seconds. An improvement, but still not touching the EX threshold. I did it again. Enhancement complete. F-rank healing spell breaks its limit. EX rank. Heal. Instantly restore 1,000 health. Restore 200 health per second for 10 seconds. Overflow. When cast on yourself or an ally. If health is already full, the excess healing converts into defense-ignoring damage that slams into surrounding enemies. I stared at that line, overflow, stunned for a moment, then broke into a grin. Holy shit, a poison heal. From being trampled under someone's heel to holding an EX rank skill in my hands that could both heal and kill, it took me a single all-nighter. Li Jiangguo, Li Hao, you'd better pray I don't get a free hand. I ran the numbers. If I slammed this healing spell on myself at full health, the overflow portion alone would deal a straight 1,000 points of defense-ignoring damage to enemies, plus 200 per second for 10 seconds. Another 2,000 in sustained damage. Together, 3,000 points. 3,000 points. Who'd believe that came out of an F-rank healing spell? Forget F-rank. Even an A-rank attack skill might not put out numbers like that. And a hit like that cost only 5 mana. And this was still just F-rank. If I trained C-rank, B-rank, even A-rank skills the same way, what would that look like? I could hardly wait to charge out and find something living to test it on. Too bad Li Jiangguo had my trial eligibility frozen dead. Let me explain just how nasty this eligibility freeze was. The Sacrificer is an all-rounder career, and by the rules, its subsidy includes the starting skills of every career, precisely so a Sacrificer can freely mix and match. If I got that whole skill set in my hands and trained them all to EX rank, even just the F rank versions, me single-handedly crushing an entire career category of people wouldn't even be a dream. But right now, I couldn't get any of it. Don't get ahead of yourself, I told myself. The pressing matter is getting the career trial done, and fast. The school route is blocked dead, so all I can take is the individual path. Under the rules of the Great Xia government, after awakening, you must pass the career trial to obtain your career certificate. Only then are you an officially recognized career holder. And there are exactly 3 paths to getting that certification. The first is through the school. Since everyone has to be 18 to awaken, the overwhelming majority take this route. But this one, Li Jiangguo had already sealed off for me. The second is through qualified large corporations, government agencies, and well-reputed career holder teams. They hold slots, bought with money, and the experience is far better than the schools. The children of great clans basically all go this route. But if an SSS rank sacrificer like me went and stood among them, who could guarantee they wouldn't be like Li Hao, coming after me precisely for that SSS rank eligibility? I had no interest in escaping the wolf's den only to walk into a tiger's lair. That left only the third, individual qualification. And its requirements were the harshest. Complete 3 level 10 elite dungeons solo. Usually only seasoned veterans who'd been through the grinder for years dared take this path. Fine, then the individual route it is. And while I was mulling all this over, back at the school, Li Hao was already unable to sit still in his uncle's office. Uncle, Lin Shu hasn't made a single move all day. He barged straight into the office and plopped down. Li Jiangguo, though, was perfectly steady. Give the young man some time to think. But that's an SSS rank certificate. My whole future rides on it. Li Hao was getting frantic. Why don't we just go all the way? Storm into his house and force his head down to sign. Li Jiangguo let out a cold snort. You think the Career Holder Association eats free lunches? As useless as he is, he's still an SSS rank. There are plenty of eyes on him. You pull something that heavy-handed, and you'll be behind bars the very next day. Then what do? We can't just let it go, can we? Of course not. A trace of sinister malice surfaced on Li Jiangguo's face. Lin Shu's parents. They're factory workers, aren't they? Li Hao froze. Then his eyes lit up. Yeah. Should we kidnap them? Li Jiangguo nearly choked to death on his idiot nephew. Don't your first instinct always be force? Use your brain. Have your uncle pull some strings and get his parents promoted into management. Then find a way to make them slip up, a loss to the factory, a death, whatever, as long as Lin Shu's parents end up the ones at fault. When it comes time to pay compensation, no matter how tough Lin Shu acts, is he really going to stand by and watch his parents get thrown in prison? Li Hao listened, jaw-dropping. Damn, uncle, you're a principal. How is your heart this black? Li Jiangguo's face darkened, and Li Hao quickly changed his tune. I'll go take care of it right away. Wait. Li Jiangguo remembered the vicious words I'd left behind in the office and grew a little more cautious. Always keep a backup plan. I'll freeze his school eligibility on my end. He's bound to go looking for another way. You go block his corporate and team routes ahead of time too. Your uncle still has enough clout in Jiangxing City for that. As for the individual qualification, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Individual qualification means diving into dungeons. You get people to watch him like a hawk. Absolutely do not let him find a suitable team. I refuse to believe a sacrificer with no skills and no money can turn the whole world upside down. Li Hao left looking utterly confident of victory. Once he was gone, Li Jiangguo pulled out his phone and dialed his elder brother, Li Jianya. Li Jianya, a level 50 career holder, carried real weight in Jiangxing City. This call was to have his brother quietly cover for Li Hao, to keep that fool from botching the whole thing. Setting down the phone, Li Jiangguo smiled smugly. To deal with a mere rabbit like me, this pack of lions had all but emptied their whole arsenal. Too bad they had no idea that this rabbit had, overnight, grown a set of fangs. Having enhanced my skill, I headed straight for the Jiangxing City Career Holder Dungeon Hall. It was a drab gray building in the heart of downtown, with a massive screen mounted on its outer wall, scrolling in real time through the clear records and leaderboards of each dungeon. The doorway was packed with young people coming and going, all 18 or 19, faces full of excitement and nerves. Clearly newbies who'd awakened yesterday and were diving into their first dungeon today. I pushed open the glass door and went in. Inside was even bigger than it looked from outside, with several holographic projections hanging from the domed ceiling, each displaying the entrance to one of 4 dungeons. The service desk in the very center had a long line, all people there to register their eligibility. I looked up at the 4 projections. For dungeons, 1 permanent, 3 special. The permanent one was called the Goblin Outpost Camp, difficulty F, 2E rank, recommended level 1 and up, clear rate 87%. The Wailing Mine and the Corrupted Woodland were both E to D rank, recommended level 5 and up, with clear rates of 43% and 38% respectively. The bottom one was the Blood Moon Graveyard, D to C rank, recommended level 8 and up, clear rate 19%. My gaze lingered on the Blood Moon Graveyard. That clear rate was brutal. "Hey man, you here to run a dungeon too?" A round-faced boy next to me grinned at me. The leather armor on his frame clearly a size too big, a registration form clutched in his hand. "I'm a shield knight. F rank, can main tank. Looking for some DPS to team up with. What's your career?" "Sacrificer." The smile on his face froze instantly. He stood there blankly for 2 seconds before he remembered the career's reputation, then said awkwardly, "A sacrificer, huh? Well, I'll keep looking around." Watching his back as he hurried off, I shook my head. This was the reality of being a sacrificer. The core of the career is sacrificing things to trade for power, and who knows what you'll end up sacrificing. Online, people were always spreading stories, claiming that after teaming up with a sacrificer, they felt weak and drained all over. And even though they hadn't been in a fight, they were dead certain their health had been sacrificed away. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100, and the sacrificer became a plague god everyone ran from. I couldn't be bothered to explain myself to anyone. I found a quiet corner with few people and sat down, gulping in air to bank health cap, while listening to the people around me chat. That rat king in the Wailing Mine is so nasty. It can heal the little spike rats. We wiped 3 times and still couldn't clear it. The poison bees in the Corrupted Woodland stack poison way too fast. I chugged 2 antidote potions and still couldn't hold up. Don't even get me started on the Blood Moon Graveyard. My brother took a 5-man team in yesterday and got booted out in 30 seconds. I quietly ran the numbers in my head. With my current health, plus the safety net of my healing spell, as long as I didn't get one shot, running a dungeon should be no problem. Still, to play it safe, I took a few more deep breaths. Just as I was thinking this, a commotion suddenly broke out in the hall. Someone cleared it. Blood Moon Graveyard, Elite Difficulty. I looked up. On the biggest screen, the Blood Moon Graveyard leaderboard refreshed, and a 5-man team leaped to the top. Clear time, 47 minutes. It's the Thunder Squad. Team leader Zhang Lei, S-rank Berserker. They cleared even Elite Difficulty? They come from a great family. Their gear, skills, and potions are all top tier. How can it be the same as ours? Yesterday, there was even an SSS rank Frost Spellblade who speed cleared the Blood Moon Graveyard in 12 minutes. And that was the elite version. Holy shit, SSS is that strong. That still depends on the career. A strong career paired with a high talent is what makes you strong. An ordinary career is another matter entirely. I heard Jiangxing number 1 high produced an SSS rank sacrificer. A sacrificer, huh? Unless the underlying logic of that career gets changed, it's a lost cause. Shame. Listening to these two well-dressed young men murmuring beside me, I actually found myself agreeing a little. It was precisely because nobody could figure out how to play the sacrificer's logic that I dared to sacrifice my entire SSS rank career outright, essentially forcing my way through a loophole. Just then, a burst of noise came from the hall's entrance. A team walked out of the dungeon passage. 5 people, 3 men, 2 women. Their gear clearly a notch above everyone else's, but right now all of it was battered and bloodstained. The man walking at the front had a face covered in blood, his left arm dangling at a grotesque angle, obviously broken. Behind him, a female mage was being propped up, her face white as paper, a ghastly wound on her legs still oozing blood. All 5 were wounded, and 2 could barely stand. It's the Iron Blood Squad. Someone recognized them. They're a level 10 team. Weren't they off running the corrupted woodland on elite difficulty? Beaten up this bad, it's brutal. The broken-armed leader gritted his teeth and made his way to the service desk, pulling a scroll from his chest and slapping it down on the counter. 5-man team, corrupted woodland elite, quest failed. The staff member glanced at the scroll. Challenge failed. We recommend raising your level before attempting again. The hall went quiet for a few seconds. Then the chatter started up again, only much softer this time, a suppressed worry threading through the tone. Even the Iron Blood Squad couldn't get through? They're level 10 on average, and their gear isn't bad either. If the corrupted woodland is this hard, what's the Blood Moon graveyard going to be like? I stared at the backs of those 5 people and frowned. A level 10 team. All of them awakened yesterday and leveled up today, their career ranks at least D, maybe even C or B. Their gear was solid too. That breastplate on the leader glowed blue, rare quality at the very least. A team like that, running the corrupted woodland elite, had come within a hair of total wipeout. I'd originally meant to start straight from a special dungeon, but I steadied my nerves and shifted my gaze to the permanent one at the top. Goblin Outpost Camp. All right, goblins, here I come. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind me. Well, if it isn't Lin Shu. I stopped in my tracks. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Li Hao was wearing a brand new silver breastplate, a longsword gleaming with a cold light hanging at his waist, 3 people trailing behind him. He sauntered up in front of me, looked me up and down, his face full of contempt. What? You here to run a dungeon too? Fallen this far into poverty? Can't even afford a decent piece of gear, showing up in a t-shirt? You here for the sightseeing? His 3 lackeys behind him burst into laughter. Several people nearby who were forming teams turned their heads, their eyes darting back and forth between the 2 of us. I wasn't the least bit provoked by this childish attempt to bait me. I just spoke up, dumbass. Did your uncle's leash come loose, so he let you out to bark in the dungeon hall? The smug look on Li Hao's face froze instantly. Then a wave of sinister malice welled up. Teeth clenched, this guy was clearly reciting from a script he'd prepared in advance. You're a sacrificer with no certification, no gear, no level. He paused deliberately, and even raised his voice. Who would dare team up with you? Who knows what you'll sacrifice when the time comes? He shouted it out so everyone around turned to look at us. His lackeys chimed in, egging it on. Maybe the first thing he'll do in the dungeon is sacrifice his own teammates. The group broke into laughter again. Only then did I understand. Li Hao had gotten word that I'd come to the dungeon hall and had rushed over specifically. He'd originally planned to sabotage any team that tried to recruit me. But seeing me all alone, he'd seized the chance to start mocking me first. The corner of my mouth twitched. Out of lines, so you're just improvising, huh? I shook my head. Pure dumbass. The way I saw it, Li Hao was putting on a cringeworthy performance. But that little speech of his had, in fact, worked. The people who'd been secretly sizing me up, weighing whether to team up, now all pulled their gazes back. This was exactly the effect Li Hao wanted. He patted my shoulder, leaned close to my ear, and lowered his voice. Lin Shu, stop struggling. With this career of yours, nobody's going to team up with you, and you won't be able to protect that subsidy anyway. If you're smart, sign the agreement while my uncle still has some patience. Take a few million home. That's enough for your parents to retire on. With that, he straightened up and swaggered off toward the service desk with his three companions. Bro, how? Which dungeon are we hitting? Blood Moon Graveyard, normal difficulty. Warm up first. I stood there where I was, everyone around me deliberately keeping their distance from me. I took a deep breath, glanced at the maximum health that had quietly ticked up another point on my panel, turned, and walked toward the service desk. Registration. How many people? Which dungeon? One person. Goblin Outpost Camp. The staff member looked at me, then glanced at the empty space behind me, not even the shadow of a teammate, and hesitated. Are you sure? Even though it's a permanent dungeon, we still recommend that newbies team up. I'm sure. She didn't ask anything more. Once the registration was done, she handed me a teleport voucher. I took it and walked toward the dungeon passage. At the end of the passage, the teleport array lit up. The light faded, and my feet came down on soft soil. All around me were interlacing tree branches, sunlight scattering across the ground in broken fragments, the damp scent of rotting leaves drifting through the air. In the distance, I could make out several huts thrown together from animal hides. The Goblin Outpost Camp. I'd arrived. I didn't rush forward. First, I opened my panel to take a look. EX rank Fate Sacrificer, level 1, health value over 8,300. In just half a day, by breathing non-stop, my health had almost hit 10,000. Fill it up first. I raised my hand, and a gentle white light glowed in my palm. Vigorous life force poured into my body, warmth surging through every limb and bone, my health bar maxing out in an instant. The overflowing healing energy turned into a halo of light, spreading outward from me for 10 meters before it dissipated. I surveyed my surroundings. Dense shrubs on either side. 50 meters out, a fence made of thick wooden stakes, and farther beyond, the chieftain's tent. Too quiet. The instant that thought surfaced, a faint whistle of cutting wind was upon me. On instinct, I dodged to the left. The next second, a crude wooden arrow punched through my right shoulder. Sharp pain shot through me, blood streaming down my arm. A crimson number popped up over my head, -50, and it came with a bleeding debuff attached. The Goblin Outpost's first lesson was a harsh one, tailored specifically to teach newbies. In an unfamiliar environment, an arrow can come flying from any direction. If an ordinary career holder took a hit like that, the trip would end and they'd be sent straight home. Too bad. Even with the bleed, this little bit of damage couldn't so much as make my health bar flicker. A green-skinned goblin crouched on a tree branch, the one that had ambushed me, clutching a short bough, its yellow eyes twisted into a sneer. Right then, chaotic footsteps broke out on both sides. 3 goblins came charging at me from different angles, brandishing stone axes and shrieking. I narrowed my eyes. I had a heal spell ready in my hand, but I didn't cast it. I wanted to test out exactly what this overflow effect actually did. The moment those goblins rushed into my 10-meter ring of light, the instant their feet crossed the line, a layer of glowing green energy wrapped around them. The next second, sput. Like flowers bursting up out of the soil, the green light punched straight through the goblin's skin in a flash, blood spraying everywhere. Before it could even scream, sput, sput, more vines drilled out from inside its body, and in the blink of an eye, they twisted it into a human-shaped plant. One shot. Even I was stunned. The overflow damage was 200 per second. From the moment it stepped into the circle to the moment it dropped dead was maybe a single second, which meant these low-level goblins didn't even have 200 HP. The archer up in the tree gaped, its jaw hanging open, and nearly dropped its short bow. That scream of its gave me an idea. A thought popped into my head. What if I flung the heal spell directly at an enemy? I raised my left hand, and green light flared to life in my palm again. Before it could react, bang. A surge of raw life force detonated inside its body, and the escaping energy even made the surrounding trees grow lusher. And just like that, this goblin squad, the one that had given so many rookies nightmares, was wiped out completely. I did the math. A goblin archer, without a crit, tops out at 50 damage. I hadn't actually tested those stone axe grunts, but I figured they were around 52. Meanwhile, just by standing near me, they lost 200 HP a second, and I still had over 3,500 HP myself. I slowly lifted my head. Have I, maybe been a little too careful? I think I can just steamroll this. Once that clicked, I stopped holding back and marched straight toward the goblin camp. The moment I reached the entrance, a goblin with a spear came shrieking out at me. I didn't even bother to look at it. The instant it stepped into my 10-meter radius, it became a shrub. The goblin up in the watchtower screamed its lungs out, calling all its kin out of the camp. It raised its spear to hurl at me, and I tossed a heal spell its way. Schwip, a little tree sprouted right out of the top of the tower. As for the goblins charging at me, the fast ones managed 2 steps, and the slow ones turned into saplings the moment they entered the circle, scattered here and there, looking just like a row of welcoming pine trees. 5 minutes, start to finish. I stood in front of the big tent deep in the camp, a lush green forest trail stretching out behind me. FWSH. The tent flap was thrown open, and a figure twice the size of an ordinary goblin stepped out. The goblin chieftain. It stood a full head taller than me, with rough dark green skin, gripping a spiked club studded with rusty iron nails in its right hand. Its orange pupils were locked dead on me, and it could actually speak simple common tongue. Human, where are my people? I pointed at the little grove behind me. They're all right there. The chieftain let out a furious roar, raised its club, and charged. I didn't dodge. The moment it stepped into the green ring of light, a blood-red health bar appeared over its head because it was a boss. 1 second, 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, it lost half its health. But this thing was big and fast, and in those 2 seconds it had already closed the gap. The club ripped through the air, coming straight down at my skull. The green light in my hand burst, instantly engulfing the whole creature. In that instant, surging life force tore open countless gashes across its body, vines drilling through it with wet sput sounds, twisting and swelling, and in the blink of an eye it grew into a big tree right in front of me. The club that had been coming down at me froze in midair. I reached out and gave it a light flick, and the rotten thing crumbled into a puff of ash. A system prompt chimed. Slain, LV5 Goblin Chieftain. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Goblin Outpost Camp. Clear rating. SSS, solo, no damage, total annihilation, speed clear. Gained 500 experience. Level raised from 1 to 5. All attributes +10. When out of combat, mana and health naturally regenerate 1 point every 5 seconds. Obtained 1 dungeon treasure chest. A warm rush from leveling up flowed through my body. I didn't rush to check my stats. I walked straight over to the glowing chest in the corner of the tent and opened it. 3 things inside: a spiked club, a brown leather armor set, and a bone-tooth necklace strung on a grass cord. The club was F grade, plus 15 attack, 10% chance to crit. The leather armor was E grade, plus 10 defense, plus 20 max HP. The necklace was E grade, plus 1 agility, and plus 1 strength each. I swapped them on right there. The armor was a bit big, but at least it protected my vitals. The club looked unremarkable, but it felt surprisingly good in my grip, worthy of being an F-grade weapon. The bone-tooth necklace rested against my chest, carrying a faint chill. The panel flashed. Goblin set, 3 pieces, activated. Max HP plus 100, attack and defense plus 5 each. A goblin set. I murmured. On the market, a single E-grade piece didn't fetch much, but a full set was a different story. This should sell for a bit. These pieces weren't suited to my class anyway. Rather than force myself to wear them, I might as well sell them and trade for skill books. I took one last look at the grove of lush green trees filling the camp, then turned and walked toward the teleportation array. Light flared, and I vanished from the dungeon. Back in the lobby, I stepped out of the teleportation passage, the leather armor still carrying the smell of dirt, the short sword at my waist swaying with each step. There were so many people at the permanent dungeon that no one paid any attention to a solo player like me. I walked up to the service desk and set down my teleportation ticket. Dungeon complete. Register it. The staff member took the ticket, glanced at the system data on it, and their eyes went wide. They looked up like they wanted to say something, but I'd already turned and walked off. Step right up, don't miss out. Rookie gear, tested over and over by veteran class holders, top quality, great bang for your buck, on special sale now. Outside the dungeon lobby doors, hawking cries rose from every direction. Not everyone clears a dungeon and gets the gear they want, so plenty of people just set up stalls on the spot to trade for something handier. And with so many rookies around lately, there were more vendors than usual. I swept my eyes over it and got ready to leave. What I wanted was skill books. I had no interest in gear. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, boss, how much for this armor?" The person stopping at the stall was Li Su, my classmate, and also a childhood buddy from the family compound. His mom and dad worked at the same factory as my mom and dad, and the families had always gotten along. I stopped in my tracks. The vendor saw a fat sheep walk up, and his face instantly split into a grin. "Ah, you've got a real eye for this. This here is F-grade armor, Moonlight Iron Plate. Limited time special, 5,000 Great Xia coins." Li Su's expression stiffened. 5,000? That's way too expensive. You get what you pay for, the vendor said, thumping his chest. If it weren't for this armor, I'd have died in the mine shafts long ago. It's only because my level's high enough now that I don't need it that I'm selling. You rookies, we're just one piece of this and you can take most hits. Li Su was clearly tempted. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. Didn't even call home first, just ready to pay. I shook my head, stepped forward, and grabbed his hand. "Hey, who are you, Shuji?" Li Su saw me and visibly froze. "How many times have I told you? Out in public, call me by my nickname, Shu Shu," I teased. Li Su's chubby face instantly twisted. When we were little, he didn't know any better, and since I was the most mature-seeming kid in the compound, he'd trot after me calling me Lin Ji. Later I told him that to show how tight we were, he should call me Shu Shu, and he didn't think twice about it. It wasn't until one day someone asked if he and I were related that he finally realized he'd been had. Note: Shu Shu also sounds like the word for uncle, so calling him that made Li Su unknowingly address me like an elder relative. "Shu Ji, quit messing around," he said, all embarrassed. "All right, let's go." "Go where, man? I haven't bought my gear yet." "Yeah, hey, friend, what are you doing?" The vendor, finally getting a chance to cut in, called out quickly. I curled my lip. "Buy it, my ass. If I'm remembering right, you awakened as a mage class, didn't you?" "Yeah, C-grade mage," Li Su said, full of pride. "Then do you know that mages can't wear plate armor?" Li Su's expression stiffened. "Huh? They can't. I told you a long time ago. You should pay attention in your academic classes." I turned back to the vendor. "Boss, I know you all treat rookies as fat sheep to fleece during the newbie period, but selling my friend this about-to-crack plate for 5,000, isn't that a bit much?" As I spoke, I flipped the armor over and pointed at a few cracks on the back. The vendor, caught red-handed, didn't get angry. He just chuckled. "Yeah, there's a bit of cracking, but even you can tell, junk or not, this beats mainland mass-produced stuff. Patch it up, and it's still usable. And I've already had this one repaired." He pointed at the layer of soft leather lining. I didn't argue. From the style and condition, the armor's quality had taken a hit, but it really had been repaired, and the value was quite a bit better than the ordinary junk that drops in most dungeons. At most it'd cost you some money, not your life. The problem was, Li Su couldn't wear this plate armor at all. Usable, sure, but the stats definitely take a hit. I pointed at the spot. See, 3 cracks meeting at one point. Clearly took a heavy blow. The smith did repair it, but the defense still dropped. Actually, I know a way. Use melted refined steel mixed with bone-piercing powder to restore it, though the cost is a bit steep. I'd read this stuff in extracurricular books. Since I'd already ruined the guy's sale, I didn't mind throwing in a couple more remarks. The vendor was stunned at first, then shock spread across his face as he looked me over again. "You know your stuff." He pulled a business card from his jacket. The name's Sun Chungyue, level 16 class holder. I deal in gear, weapons, and skill books. Level 16, and still running a street stall? I was taken aback. Sun Chungyue caught my confusion and chuckled. "A hobby, purely a hobby. Got any gear, weapons, or skill books to sell, just come find me. Fair prices, bulk discounts, and rebates too. Way more worth it than the Gear Bureau." I'd been about to walk off, but that made me pause. "I do actually have gear to sell." I waved my hand, and the goblin set stored in my class inventory appeared in front of him. "Oh ho!" Sun Qingyue's eyes lit up. "The goblin 3-piece set? With the club and the necklace too? Not bad. Man, this only drops at SSS rating or above, and the quality's excellent." These are in short supply during the newbie period right now, so prices are hot. 5,000 for the club, for 1,000 for the necklace, for 1,000 for the armor, 13,000 total. Seeing as you're a new customer and it's a full set, tell you what, I'll give you 20,000. Ask around all you want, I'm not shortchanging you. I'd also glanced at the going rate for goblin weapons in the market, and this price really was fair, so I nodded. Works for me. Sun Qingyue was about to accept the goods and pay right then. I raised a hand to stop him. Do you have any skill books? Oh, you short on skills, man? What class? What type do you need? I've got F-grade fireball, E-grade iron body. He rattled them off like a menu, and something stirred in me. Don't underestimate this little stall. The guy had a deep stockpile. Sacrificer skills would be best. If not, mage or warrior ones will do. Sun Qinghua paused. Every class, huh? Man, your class isn't sacrificer, is it? Of course it is. My Shuji is an SSS grade sacrificer. Li Su blurted out again. Sun Qinghua, you're that sacrificer? I shot the loose-lipped Li Su a glare and nodded helplessly. After I awakened yesterday, word had spread through Jiangqing's classholder circles. The whole city had only produced a few SSS-grade awakeners, and one of them was actually a sacrificer. At the time, he'd been wondering whether that sacrificer must be grief-stricken and despairing. And here he was running into the real person today. I thought he was going to say something, but the next second, the panel popped up. Sun Qinghua has sent you a friend request. I looked at him, a little surprised, and he was all excitement. Man, accept it. Don't worry, I'll just keep a friend slot open. From now on, any gear or skill books you get from me, flat 20% off. Gear I can't get, I'll get it for you. Skill books I can't get, I'll get those for you too. Keep a friend slot open, deal? Seeing how eager he was, I accepted the request. The instant the friend request went through, Sun Qingyue nearly wept with joy. What I couldn't see was the little scheme in his heart. Sunya, I've got an SSS grade heavy hitter now too. If you don't have sacrificer skills, then that fireball. I started. After all, most sacrificers rely on sacrifice-boosted skills. Dedicated class skills were rare to begin with. Sun Qingyue waved a hand. Don't ask if I've got it. If you ask, the answer's always yes. And he sent me a whole batch of skill books. F-grade sprint, plus 30% speed for 10 seconds, 20,000. D-grade water arrow, condenses water into an arrow, 100 base damage, costs 30 mana, 30,000. D-grade stone skin, has damage taken but slows you, lasts 1 minute, 10,000. C-grade sacrificer exclusive life shield, consumes 15% of current HP to generate a shield lasting 15 seconds, with a shield value 1.5 times the amount consumed, 30-second cooldown, 30,000. How come these skills went up a grade? I remembered he'd just listed E- and F-grade once, and now the lowest was D-grade. How could I give one of my own people the crappy stuff? Sun Qingyue said, utterly self-righteous. An SSS grade class holder using E- and F-grade skills from me. Sun Qingyue? Isn't that a slap in the face of all Jiangqing? Isn't that a kick in my ass? Me. Li Su. Realizing he'd let something slip, Sun Qingyue chuckled. But sacrificer skills really are rare. This life shield is the only one I've got. I'll dig around for more later. I looked at the skill prices, then at my balance. Adding the 20,000 I'd just made from the set, my entire fortune was only about 28,300. Sun Qingyue seemed to read my hesitation and waved a hand. This life shield, the price was just something I slapped on because I couldn't sell it. You know the sacrificer class has huge drawbacks. Tell you what, to make a friend, I'll sell it to you for 20,000. But I shook my head. Charge me what it's worth. If I'm short on money, I can go earn more. I just hope you'll hold it for me, Boss Sunday. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Qingyue's face. The first time he'd wanted to give something away and hadn't been able to? Then he smiled, probably thinking of what his sister Sunya always said about the pride of the strong. Fine. We're friends now anyway, so I'll hold it for you. Then thank you, Boss Sunday. Hey, don't call me boss. That makes me sound old. I'm a rookie too, just awakened yesterday. If you don't mind, call me Xiao Sun or Changhua. I was taken aback again. Just awakened yesterday, and already level 16 today? Sun Qingyue scratched his head, a little sheepish. My family carried me through it. My family carried me. I don't like running dungeons. I just like tinkering with this stuff. He pointed at the little stall in front of him. I was about to leave when I caught sight of Li Su, who hadn't been able to get a word in the whole time. I turned back to Sun Chunghua. Sunji, set my friend up with some suitable gear. Forgot all about that. He nimbly pulled out a few good value pieces. These are all right for a mage. After leaving the stall, Li Su played with his new staff and robed the whole way, both F-grade, and he'd only paid 8,000, whereas on the market they'd go for 10,000 minimum. Man, with this gear, I'll be solid on my next dungeon run. Which one are you planning to run? The goblin one. Made plans with Chun Xin and the others. Li Su said, then looked at me. Go, why don't you come with me? Just follow behind me. I heard sacrificers can't burn through too many of their stats early on, so if you take it easy, you're actually pretty strong. Don't worry. You looked out for me when we were kids. Now it's my turn to look out for you. He thumped his chest. The way he carried on, someone who didn't know better would have thought he was the SSS grade mage. I smiled and shook my head. It's fine. You've already made plans, go on. I've got something to take care of. My target was the mine shafts. Having just tested the waters in the goblin dungeon, I found the difficulty was nothing special. Now that I had nearly 10,000 HP, I figured I should be a bit bolder. Besides, the gear goblins dropped wasn't worth much. Li Su didn't press further, but just before parting, he said something that made my heart sink. Shuji, don't push yourself so hard. My dad said your uncle and aunt both got promoted at the factory. They're management now. Their income's definitely going to jump. I froze. My mom and dad were hardworking, sure, but at the end of the day, they were only C-grade class holders, with no background and no connections. They'd been nailed to the same posts for over a decade. How did they suddenly get promoted? And both of them at once? Having lived 2 lifetimes, I instinctively caught the whiff of something off. In my past life, I'd been a company executive, and I'd seen plenty of dirty tactics. When a position stays frozen for decades and then suddenly starts moving, there are usually only 2 possibilities. Either they're pulling you in to take the fall, or they want you to screw someone over. And on top of that, it happened right at the exact moment I awakened as SSS grade. At that thought, I frowned and patted Li Su on the shoulder. All right, got it. Go on. Watching Li Su head into the dungeon, I glanced at my nearly 10,000 HP, hesitated a moment, then pulled out my phone and called my mom, hinting at my worries in a roundabout way. She said she'd keep an eye out, talk it over with my dad, and if worst came to worst, they'd hash it out together at home tonight. At most, they'd just change jobs. At a critical time like this, they couldn't afford to derail their son's future. Hearing that put me a little more at ease. Seeing my HP break the 10,000 mark, I walked straight to the front desk to handle the paperwork. Wailing mine, normal difficulty. The front desk worker looked up. It was that same girl from before, Wang Xiaoli. When she saw it was me, she paused. Didn't you just clear the goblin dungeon? Not going to rest a bit. No rest. Tight on time, lots to do. The corner of Wang Xiaoli's mouth twitched. She was probably thinking this guy was here to speedrun records. But looking at my plain face and unassuming getup, she gave a light cough. Solo runs are too risky. Why not put together a team? I can post a recruitment for you. Even though a teleport ticket keeps you alive and deaths are usually rare, the casualty rate is a lot higher when you go solo. I smiled and shook my head. I'll go alone. The front desk didn't push it, but she took out a defensive scroll and handed it over. This works for anyone under level 10. I haven't been running dungeons lately, so take it for now. If you run into danger, it can block 1 fatal blow from anything under level 10 for you. I froze. I was certain I didn't know this front desk girl, so why would she give me a life-saving scroll? This thing went for 5,000 apiece on the market. Come on, take it. She smiled. There's a rule from up top about supporting high-potential class holders. If you make it out of the dungeon alive, just do me a favor down the road. Having said that, Wang Xiaoli raised her hand and stamped my dungeon application form. Thanks. Go on, go on. I headed toward the passage. The moment my figure vanished, a round of teasing broke out over at the front desk. Oh ho, Miss Wang. If we didn't know better, we'd think you were the god of wealth handing out cash. A 5,000 coin defensive scroll, just gifted away like that? What's the deal, you into him? That kid is pretty good looking. It was her co-worker ribbing her from the side. No way. Wang Xiaoli waved her hands, a little flustered. I just think he's got potential, so I'm investing early. If he really turns out to be a big shot someday, won't he remember this favor of mine? Her coworker looked unconvinced. How many big shots are there, really? How much potential can a rookie have? Even at his best, could he top yesterday's Frost Battle Mage? We don't even get a shot at serving guys like that. But Wang Xiaoli calmly recited a string of data. Permanent dungeon, Goblin Outpost. Solo. 5 minutes, 28 seconds. SSS rating. What? Her coworker blew up on the spot. Solo? Cleared in under 6 minutes? And an SSS rating? Wang Xiaoli clapped a hand over her mouth. Sure, keep it down. Even with her mouth covered, stars were already sparkling in her coworker's eyes. Now she finally understood why Wang Xiaoli had been willing to give away her own defensive scroll. The bar for an SSS rating was terrifyingly high. Not only did you have to take 0 damage the whole way through, even your boss kill time was tightly capped. The Goblin Outpost might not be considered hard, but as a permanent dungeon, it crammed in nearly every pitfall a class holder would face down the line. Like the entry ambush, the moment you land, a goblin squad sneaks up on you. Then inside the camp, another wave of small mobs, and if you clear them too slowly, the chieftain joins in to surround you too. Plenty of rookies got left dizzy and disoriented by that chain of attacks. And a 6-minute clear meant that from landing to clearing, you'd barely stopped fighting. People had tested it. Just walking from the entrance to the chieftain's tent took over 5 minutes. That's exactly why I gave him the scroll, Wang Xiaoli said. Someone that fast, Solo. If something happened to him in the Wailing Mine, it'd be such a waste. And the Wailing Mine is way harder than the goblins. And while these two were talking, I was already standing inside the Wailing Mine. This is even easier than the goblins. I couldn't help but remark. The reason the Wailing Mine was classified as a special dungeon was its cramped environment. The tunnels were narrow, so you couldn't spread out into a battle formation, and there were clusters of small mine passages alongside where a monster might dart out to ambush you at any moment. But none of this mattered to me. There was just me, so the mine actually felt spacious. As for the ambushes, rustle, dust kicked up in a small passage beside me, and a green sprout poked out. The tunnel was too narrow. Some monsters didn't even have time to move. The instant they stepped into my healing aura, they turned straight into little plants, one after another. The deeper I went, the louder the wailing grew all around. Shrill, ear-piercing. This was the origin of the Wailing Mine's name. The main monster here was called the Spike Rat, which would leap at you from every direction and could also shoot out ground spikes. The nastiest part was that, thanks to the tunnel's echoes, their howls kept amplifying right beside your ears. Stay in that environment too long, and you'd catch fear-type negative effects. Your mana costs go up, and you become anxious and irritable. Honestly, that shrieking plus this stifling, cramped tunnel made for a truly awful experience. And precisely because it was so awful, I went from my initial stroll to gradually picking up the pace. Soon I arrived outside a huge cavern. Inside, faintly glowing or lit up the whole space. An exceptionally massive spike rat lay in the very center, ringed by a circle of monsters bigger than the ones outside. For any other class holder, this would be the moment to pile on all your buffs and then unleash wide-area skills, killing as many as possible before charging in, to gain an edge for what came next. But the only thing I needed to do was jump down. I backed up a few steps, took a hard running start, and leapt high off the edge of the rock. Whump. Ow, damn it. Even though hitting level 5 had boosted my physical stats quite a bit, falling from that height still left my feet aching. The commotion startled every spike rat into raising its head, a few of them still with food in their mouths. Still eating? I'm here to collect on you. I snapped my fingers, and a ring of green light enveloped everything within 10 meters of me. Before the spike rats could react, sput, 1, then 2, and in an instant they turned into emerald grass and blooming flowers. Watching its offspring die one after another, the Rat King let out a sudden howl. In that instant, the whole cavern's spike rats surged at me like a swarm. But the next second, the ones charging through the air all shattered into flower petals, scattering all over me. The once damp, gloomy mine was suddenly filled with the fragrance of flowers. Even the Rat King's health bar had already dropped by a third. Out of 1,200, only 800 remained. The Rat King, terrified, bristled with the spikes covering its body. Before it could fire, I shaped my hand into a gun and aimed it at the creature. Pow! I made my own sound effect. Glowing green life energy shot from my fingertip and burrowed straight into the Rat King's body. In that instant, a flash of joy actually crossed its crimson eyes. The fool thought the stupid human had just healed it, but before it could finish celebrating, that life force inside it began to swell eerily. Green light crept up over the ground spikes it was so proud of. With a shrill, mournful wail, the life force suddenly burst open, and the Rat King, the one that had driven so many rookies to despair, forcibly sprouted blade after blade of green grass. Blood spattered across the spikes that had already bloomed into flowers, carrying an indescribable kind of beauty. In the blink of an eye, the whole thing became one big cluster of flowers. The system prompt chimed, "Slain, LV8 Boss Spike Rat King. Congratulations on clearing the normal difficulty whaling mine. Time, for minutes, 21 seconds. Rating, SSS, solo, no damage, total annihilation, speed clear. Gain 900 experience. Level raised from 5 to 7. All attributes +4. Obtained, 1 treasure chest." I didn't hesitate. I opened the chest right away. Inside were an E-grade spike shortsword, an E-grade thorn leather armor, and a D-grade material, Rat King hide. Worthy of a special dungeon. Both pieces of gear were E-grade, plus a bonus D-grade material. Though the materials still needed processing, good raw material is sometimes worth more than a finished weapon. In the hands of the right craftsman, the Rat King's hide could make at least a C-grade piece of protective gear. This should fetch a good price. With that thought, I walked out of the dungeon without looking back. Over at the front desk, Wang Xiaoli was mulling over whether she could get reimbursed for that teleport scroll by her boss. "Hi, I need to handle some paperwork." Hearing that familiar voice, she whipped her head around, and the face that had entered the dungeon not long ago was somehow standing before her again. She checked the time and shook her head, resigned. Out this fast, he'd probably failed the run. Well, the investment went down the drain, but no matter, call it a good deed. As long as you're okay, she forced out a comforting smile. The whaling mine is a bit tough. Level up some first, and you'll definitely clear it next time. I smiled. No, that's not it. I cleared it. Here, this is yours back. As I spoke, I set both the clear form and the defensive scroll on the counter. CLE cleared it. Wang Xiaoli's face was full of disbelief. She snatched up the form and looked. 3 enormous SSSs, along with a time even shorter than the Goblin Run. Her eyes darted back and forth between my face and the report. This data, this time, was it really done solo, by one person? But she also knew that a genuine level 10-something veteran couldn't even enter this dungeon in the first place. A prodigy, this was absolutely a prodigy. Discovering a seed like this, her performance numbers for the month were locked in. A hand waved in front of her eyes. "Hello." Hi. I'll get this handled right away." Wang Xiaoli fumbled through the paperwork, then pushed the defensive scroll back over. "You keep this. Our department hands out some items every month, plus a dedicated budget for investing in high-potential class holders. Consider this scroll my investment in you. It'll give you an extra layer of protection too." Only then did it click for me. As front desk staff at the dungeon lobby, they dealt with a massive number of class holders every day, and thanks to their position and the wealth of records, they could sift out the good seeds. As the old saying goes, if you want to be an honored guest of the general, you have to place your bet while he's still a foot soldier. Down the line, whenever a team was short on members, they could be the first to recommend someone and earn a bit of a finder's fee off it. Basically, they were doing headhunters' work. Investing in a promising stock before it grew up, in exchange for a favor, was good for the whole dungeon lobby and even the nation. After all, it'd be a real shame for a good seed to get cut down early in some dungeon. I paused. Is that allowed? Of course it is. Wang Xiaoli smiled and handed me the paperwork. Once you've cleared a few more dungeons, there'll probably be a line of people fighting to give you things. I thanked her and turned toward the flea market outside the lobby. Over there, Sun Chengyue was still hawking his wares at the top of his lungs. With that kind of energy, who would have guessed he was a level 16 class holder? That leveling speed ranked among the best in all of Jiangqing. Huh? Lin Shu, how are you out again already? The moment he saw me, he hurried to console me. Win or lose, it's all part of the game. Making money in a dungeon's never that easy. It's fine, Lin Shu, I've got your stuff held for you, don't worry. He thought I was anxious to raise money and had failed my run. I shook my head, got lucky, and cleared it. With that, I pulled out the gear I'd just gotten. Sun Qingyue's eyes went round. Whoa, isn't this the spike set? And the Rat King's hide too? You just ran the whaling mine? Nice luck opening this so fast. Before he'd even finished, he suddenly caught himself. Wait, the whaling mine? By yourself? Sun Qingyue froze up on the spot. From when I left his stall, entered the lobby, and came back out was only about 10 minutes. In that little time, a solo clear of the whaling mine? An SSS grade sacrificer. Was he really this insane? Give me a price. If it's not enough, I'll go raise the rest. He snapped out of it, gave the items a quick glance, and named a price. The shortsword and armor are all-purpose gear. Any warrior type can wear them, and they're especially in demand during the newbie period, both E-grade. The two together, 30,000. The D-grade material I'll count as 20,000. 50,000 total. Man, do you want skills or cash? I didn't hesitate. Skills. The D-grade water arrow, plus that C-grade sacrificer exclusive book. 60,000 for the two together, and I'll throw in 10,000 on top. No need. Sun Qingyue flatly refused. I'll sell them to you for 50,000, just to make a friend. Maybe we'll even run dungeons together down the road. Besides, once you've got the skills, you'll still need to add gear later. And where isn't money going to go? Save where you can. That attitude left me puzzled. How come everyone was tripping over themselves to give me money today? That won't do, one thing at a time. The dungeon lobby just gave me a defensive scroll, and I already feel bad enough about it. I can't be freeloading off people every single day. Sun Qingyue laughed. Man, you'd better get used to it. Someone like you is the most sought after. No background and short on money, which makes you perfect for befriending early. What if one day you become a big shot past level 40? People giving you things are betting on your potential, hoping that when you rise, they'll have a familiar face with you. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? He clapped me on the shoulder. All right, if you really feel bad about it, then from now on, whenever you open good gear in a dungeon, bring it here to sell. Call it making it up to me. The whole web of favors and social savvy was laid out so thoroughly that I couldn't refuse anymore. I smiled and shook my head. Fine. Oh, right, I do have something important. I need some gear with passive HP and mana regen. Passive type skills would work too. Sun Qingyue frowned. Gear's easy to find, but passive skills are rare. Then something occurred to him. Actually, the dungeon lobby has them. C-grade passive skills, usable under level 10 too. But you'd have to break into the top 10 of the rankings. The rankings? I asked. Put simply, it's the dungeon lobby's way of recruiting promising stocks, Sun Qingyue explained. There are two boards. One is the Jiangxing City board. The other is the Qinglan Continent board. The kind of passive skill you want. Make the top 10 of the Jiangxing clear rankings, and it's yours, and you even get to pick. As for that Qinglan Continent board, the rewards are far more generous. Top 50 gets a C-grade skill, top 10 a B-grade skill, and the top 3 get any A-grade skill of their choice. Any A-grade of your choice. My eyes went wide. A-grade skills start at 500,000 on the market, and ones usable under level 10 are even pricier, easily over $1 million. Sun Qingyue chuckled and shook his head. Honestly, for anyone who can squeeze into that ranking, A-grade is nothing anymore. It's just for the prestige. If you really take first on the Qinglan continent, you become this cycle's champion. The good name is one thing, but more importantly, the champion gets the entire Qinglan continent's resources tilted their way. Some things you can't buy no matter how much money you've got. I quietly did the math. If I could squeeze onto a board, even just Jiangxing's, then would I really need to worry about a trial qualification by then? But the competition for this is fierce, Sun Qingyue went on. Just in our Qinglan continent, there are 72 SSS grades this time, and half of them come from big families. Their skills, gear, logistics, and even the teams they bring along are all top tier. I hear some people are already gearing up to clear the nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery. You've never run the Blood Moon Cemetery, so you don't know how sickening that place is. Something bad seemed to have surfaced in his memory, and his whole face scrunched up. That hellhole, the small mobs, and the boss can all heal, and they drain your blood to top themselves off. Stay too long, and you have to endure the Blood Moon's debuff too. Ugh, forget it. too disgusting to talk about. I quietly filed all this information away. After all, my next objectives were exactly to clear the other two special dungeons. But seriously, man, I really do suggest you find a team. Another person means another set of hands and one more layer of safety. I shook my head. The sacrificer class. Where am I going to find teammates? As I said it, I stood up. I'll head back first and study these skills. Watching me leave, Sun Chungyue opened his friend list and found a name labeled Jiangqing T-Rex. Sis, quick question. Back when you were level 5, could you clear the Wailing Mine solo? Yes. How many minutes? 6. 6 minutes, huh? Sun Chungyue muttered. Then it seems there's still a bit of a gap. He was convinced I'd taken about 10 minutes, but a solo clear was still a fine result. He was about to close the chat window when a new message popped up, getting ready to clear the nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery. Sun Qingyue's fingers flew across the keys. I'm not going. The other side replied, don't make me smack you outside the dungeon lobby. Right then, at the Sun family estate in Jiangqing. In the vast back courtyard, Sunya closed the chat and gripped her spear once more. She was Jiangqing's SSS grade class holder, the Frost Empress. As intimidating as that sounded, her class was really just a battle mage. It was only that her fate was worlds apart from mine. Her father was the #1 figure in Jiangqing and the only level 60 class holder in the whole city. Miss, take a break. The Sun family steward stepped up to advise. Time waits for no one. With my current strength, there's no way I can beat the nightmare-level Blood Moon Cemetery. There's no rush to clear it later. No. Sunya's gaze was resolute. I absolutely will not let Jiangqing become a laughingstock on my watch. The steward sighed. Last year Jiangqing had ranked dead last. For one, the reputation was ugly, and for another, the continent's funding shrank along with it. Sunya had grown up at her father's side, absorbing it all, and her attachment to this city ran deeper than anyone's. Now that she'd awakened as an SSS grade class, of course she was single-mindedly determined to fight for its pride. A shame, really. The other SSS grade awakeners in Jiangqing this time have all been recruited away by others, the steward said. There is still that SSS grade sacrificer who'd be a good fit. If a sacrificer is willing to pour in the resources, they can bring out more value than an ordinary SSS grade. Miss, should we perhaps? Sunya waved a hand. No need. I won't have others pay the price for my personal ambition. Keep training. I need to master Frost's single point as soon as possible. You see, even the mayor's daughter, a born prodigy in everyone's eyes, still has to rely on grinding it out over and over. And just as everyone was training their hearts out, all of them desperate to sharpen their skills by even a fraction, in a corner of the dungeon lobby. Sacrifice. Let me see your limit. System prompt. You have selected 300 max HP as the sacrifice. Please choose the skill to enhance. I picked Water Arrow. Level 1, Level 2, all the way up to max level. Condenses water into an arrow, 5,000 base damage. Costs only 10 mana. I didn't even bother checking the effect closely before sacrificing another 300. Max level refreshed, and the mana cost dropped to 5. Oh, quite the appetite. I threw in another 300 points. This time it finally hit EX rank. The effect doubled outright. First, the main water arrow body. 5,000 damage, 5 mana, 3-second cooldown. Second, an added arrow rain. 300-meter radius, 500 damage per second, costing only 5 mana per second. My eyes lit up. Real damage output had finally arrived. The old water arrow could only hit a single target, but after evolving to EX rank, not only did the single target damage skyrocket, it also spawned an area of effect kill. From now on, I wouldn't have to charge and relying on healing spells anymore. Next, I checked the book exclusive to sacrificers. C-rank Life Shield. Consumes 15% of current health to generate a shield. I first sacrificed 500 points, pushing the shield to max. Since it was a sacrificer exclusive, the shield's duration stretched to 30 seconds and its shield value doubled. There were even extra effects. I went ahead and dumped in another 1,000 points of my cap. The shield rose to EX rank. Effect 1. Actively released. It consumes 15% of current health, and the shield value is triple the amount consumed. When the shield breaks, or I shatter it myself, It forcibly knocks back enemies and deals damage equal to 10% of their current health. Effect 2 was a passive called Guard the Master. No active cost needed. Every time I take a hit, it automatically deducts 5% of my current health to generate a shield, and while the shield is up, I'm immune to one instance of crowd control and immune to instant death. The heck? A passive skill? Wasn't this just a straight-up mage's godlike skill? With my current health pool, actively casting it turned me into a super meat shield. And the instant I got hit, the passive would block the damage automatically before I could even react. This exclusive skill directly patched up my old weakness, where I could only tank hits with raw health and had zero protection. Add in that healing spell in my hand. Damage aside, just the sheer bulk of it, I was probably scarier than the bosses inside the dungeons. Thinking about it, I headed toward the front desk again, planning to dive into a dungeon and test my new skills. Just as I walked over, a burst of fierce arguing slammed into my ears. "Li Su, can't you be of any use? If it weren't for you back there, we'd have cleared it already. You're talking out of your ass." Wasn't that Li Su's voice? I turned toward the sound and saw him and his teammates blocking the passage entrance, arguing so loudly that they'd drawn every awakened around them. Several of them were going back and forth, working Li Su up until his whole face was red, and now they wanted him to pay for their equipment wear and tear. Just as Li Su was so furious he couldn't string words together, I laid a hand on his shoulder. He looked up like he'd seen his savior. "Brother Shu." Those few recognized me and froze for a moment. This was Lin Shu, the guy who'd awakened an SSS rank class that day. I swept a glance over them. Their gear had scratches, sure, but nowhere near actually being damaged. Li Su, on the other hand, was in bad shape. His newly bought mage robe had been torn to shreds by monsters, clearly the result of getting swarmed in the face. "You guys actually have the nerve to make Li Su pay?" I said. "Looks like you're all frontliners, right? So how come your equipment has fewer scratches than a mage's? It's obvious you didn't hold the monsters back. Let them charge right into the mage's face, and your damage couldn't keep up. That's why you failed, isn't it? And you've still got the gall to make a scene here." The few of them exchanged looks. They'd originally roped Li Su in because he'd awakened a C-rank mage class and had brand new gear, hoping to leech a first clear off him. But then they screwed up and wiped, and now they wanted to use their numbers to dump the blame on him. Who'd have thought they'd run into me? An SSS rank awakened. Even an unpopular sacrificer wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. Just as they looked ready to back down and slink off, something flickered at the far end of the passage, and a familiar figure walked out. Li Hao. The teammates who'd been about to cave rolled their eyes and reconsidered. They were also from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, and they knew all about the bad blood between me and Li Hao. "Lin Shu, what are you putting on airs for? Sure, you're SSS rank, but you're just a sacrificer. Who are you to strut around here like some big shot?" The moment those words came out, all eyes locked onto me, and even Li Hao stopped in his tracks. Seeing my familiar face, he grinned. "Well, if it isn't Lin Shu. Heard I cleared the Blood Moon Cemetery, so you came specially to congratulate me?" The rookies around us stirred. Clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery, even if it's just normal difficulty, that's impressive enough. Li Hao loved that feeling of being both envied and resented. Li Su's teammates immediately piled on the flattery. "Brother Hao, you've got to stand up for us. Lin Shu here is bullying us just because he's SSS rank." Li Hao patted the shoulder of a lackey beside him and stared at me with a vicious look. Truly worthy of our young Master Lin. Awakens an SSS rank class, and not only looks down on the principal, but now bullies his classmates too. His lackeys behind him chimed in one after another. What he wanted was to blow this up big, so his uncle's side would have a legitimate excuse to withhold my subsidy. Some of the clueless bystanders around us now looked at me with a bit more disdain. At that moment, "What's going on here?" A sharp, delicate shout rang out. Wang Xiaoli pushed her way through the crowd. "You think the dungeon hall is your house? All this yelling and shouting. Get the hell out." "Oh ho, you little brat." Li Hao stepped forward to advance, but a lackey behind him grabbed him. "Brother Hao, that's the daughter of Director Wang of the dungeon hall." Li Hao's raised hand awkwardly lowered, but he couldn't swallow his anger. "I just cleared the Blood Moon Cemetery on normal difficulty, S-rank rating. That at least counts as an excellent awakened, doesn't it?" Wang Xiaoli's face was full of scorn. "Wearing gear this nice, in a 5-person team, and you only cleared normal difficulty. If you can't even get through the Blood Moon Cemetery, you might as well go find a block of tofu to bash your head against. The smile on Li Hao's face froze. That's when I spoke up. Getting an S rank in a normal dungeon counts as an excellent awakened? Li Hao laughed. Anyone can talk big. That's the Blood Moon Cemetery. If you went in, who knows how many times you'd die. Originally, I'd planned to clear them one by one, in order. But looking at that smug face of his, I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. I walked straight to the front desk to handle the paperwork. Blood Moon Cemetery, solo. The other receptionist beside her hesitated. Xiaoli this. Wang Xiaoli looked at me, and seeing the certainty in my eyes, she turned and grabbed the stamp and slammed it down. Others didn't know what I was capable of, but she knew all too well. Besides, I still had that defense scroll she'd given me in my pocket, so even if I slipped up, there'd be no danger to my life. You got this. She flashed her 2 little canine teeth, cheering me on with an earnest look. I smiled. Li Su leaned in too. Brother Shu, I'll go in with you. Let me recover my status first. As he said this, he fumbled frantically through his backpack. I patted his shoulder. Your condition's not good, so just rest here. Your mom and dad don't earn money easily. I picked out a mana potion from his pile of supplies. This 1 bottle is enough. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. With that, I headed straight for the passage. But Li Hao blocked my path, leaning in near my ear with a snide, mocking tone. Oh ho, getting angry already? Don't do anything rash now. Sacrificing your health to clear a dungeon really hurts your future prospects, you know. The next second, a powerful force came at me. Bang. Just wait for your daddy to get arrested, dumbass. I shoved him aside with one hand. Li Hao stumbled and fell flat on his backside, a look of disbelief on his face. He'd just finished clearing the Blood Moon dungeon and had already reached level 3. Where did I get such strength? The lackeys behind him were sent staggering by that shove too. Watching me walk into the passage, a vicious look surfaced on Li Hao's face. The light of the teleportation array dispersed, and I stepped onto cold stone paving. The air was thick with the mingled smell of rot and rust. There was no sky overhead, only a dark red blood moon set in the air, like a clot of congealed blood. In the distance, will-o'-the-wisps drifted, lighting the whole space up like a massive underground tomb. The Blood Moon Cemetery. I didn't rush forward. First, I pulled up my panel to confirm my status. EX rank Fated Sacrificer, level 7, health over 9,800, mana 150, strength and agility, both more than double a normal person's. In my skill bar, EX rank Sacrifice, EX rank Healing, EX rank Water Arrow, EX rank Life Shield. 4 skills lined up neatly. Healing, damage, defense, I lacked nothing now. My only concern was mana. Reaching level 7 only added 50 base mana, which was pathetic compared to my massive health pool. I did a rough calculation. If I relied entirely on Water Arrow to clear monsters, with my mana, I could only keep it up for 30 seconds at most. In other words, for every monster in the entire dungeon combined, I only had 30 seconds of output time. Go over that, and my mana would run dry. Luckily, I'd swiped a mana potion from Li Su. After using it, I'd recover 10 mana per second and could sustain that for 30 seconds. Just as I was thinking this, a roar suddenly erupted in the eerie cemetery. I took a deep breath and activated Water Arrow's aura. In an instant, a ring of pale blue ripples spread out from beneath my feet, and wherever the ripples passed, a thin layer of water mist condensed on the stone slabs. At that moment, a thumping sounded from the graves not far off, and a decayed hand broke through the soil, about to climb out. I narrowed my eyes. A ghoul. Full name Vengeful Ghoul, the most basic monster in the Blood Moon Cemetery. Its biggest trait was that it could absorb the grudges lingering in the cemetery to heal itself, and even if you killed it, after a while it would crawl back out of its coffin and revive. And this was still just the lowest tier trash in this dungeon. The next second, that layer of water mist condensed into countless arrows and stabbed straight down. Critical hit, 500. LV3 Vengeful Ghoul killed. But the arrow rain showed no sign of stopping, blanketing that entire spot like a torrential downpour. Corpse coffin destroyed. Experience plus 20. It automatically locked onto the corpse coffin. In all the guides I'd read, the stone coffin wasn't just an item. Its health was extremely thick, and smashing it by force ate up a lot of mana. So speed clear teams usually rushed forward after killing the monsters and ignored the coffins entirely. I never expected this arrow rain would target them on its own. I stepped forward to get a closer look. As I moved, the coverage area of the rain curtain shifted along with me. Squelch, squelch. With every step I took, ghoul arms burst out of the soil, but faster than them were the arrows falling from the rain curtain. 500 damage crashing down on the small fry of a normal dungeon was like using a cannon to swat mosquitoes. One arrow, and the ghoul not only died stone dead, but even paid me back 200 health. That first wave of the corpse tide, the one that struck terror into every rookie, was completely strangled inside its coffins before it could even crawl out of the ground. Oh, wait, the coffins got strangled along with it. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen kill notifications popped up in front of me. I glanced at my mana. 130, only 20 dropped. Counting the moment I'd spaced out earlier, that was maybe 4 seconds, and an entire field of ghouls had been wiped out by me. That should be plenty, I said, and walked straight ahead. Not far off, a ball of spirit flame bobbed up and down, and as I approached, it revealed its true form. A semi-transparent female figure, hair disheveled, letting out a piercing shriek the instant she saw me. A spirit flame wraith, an ethereal-type monster that could largely resist physical damage and could also inflict defense-ignoring mental damage on awakened. For a low-tier awakened, they'd either gulp down mental resistance potions to tough it out or throw their health pool at it. But I didn't have to choose either. Before that shriek could reach my face, a ring of pale red energy glow rose up around me. Life shield. The shriek slammed into the glow and was entirely absorbed. The shield value dropped bit by bit, 70, 70, 70. I felt not a ripple of concern. Unlike armor, the layer this shield conjured was practically equivalent to my health. So whether it was physical damage or mental damage, in front of this shield, it all had to grind through honestly. Of course, there existed attacks in the world that could specifically break shields or even bypass them entirely. But those were extremely rare and very special, and at least in this dungeon, I wouldn't encounter them. And even if I did, with my current health, forget these few wraiths. Even if you added a whole row more, they wouldn't be able to scream through my shield. As I shuffled forward, the few wraiths entered the range of the arrow rain. In that instant, the arrow rain pierced straight through their bodies. Critical hit, minus 1,000. Critical hit, minus 1,000. Looking at the numbers popping up in front of me, even I was startled. Wraiths were a spirit flame type to begin with, perfectly hard countered by water attribute magic like the water arrow. Before they could even let out a scream, they dissolved into wisps of green smoke amid a sizzling sound. I glanced at my mana, 95 left. Enough. Ahead was a stone bridge, and beneath it, bottomless darkness. On the far side of the bridge, a tall figure was slowly walking toward me. A Death Knight, the boss of the Blood Moon Cemetery's third stage. It stood a full 3 meters tall, clad head to toe in pitch-black plate armor, with only 2 points of crimson light left beneath its helmet. In its right hand it hefted a massive two-handed sword, black mist coiling around the blade. With every step it took, the bridge trembled slightly. I stopped walking. Not out of fear, I was doing the math. According to the data in the dungeon manual, a Death Knight's defense and health were around 3,000, with extremely high physical resistance, but only average magic resistance. My water arrow dealt 5,000 single target damage, so in theory, one shot could take it out. But to be safe, I raised both hands. Green light bloomed from my left, blue light lit up in my right. The next second, a ball of fluorescent green light and a thumb-thick jet of water shot out from my fingertips, so fast the naked eye could barely track them. Squelch. There was no grand battle scene, no explosion or dust cloud. All I saw was a thumb-thick hole appear in the Death Knight's heavy armor, and then a green sprout poked out from the hole. Its body cracked apart starting from the chest, the fissures crawling along the seams of the plate armor to its limbs, to its helmet, until the whole thing collapsed with a crash, shattering into a scatter of iron shards and white bones. One strike. Healing plus water arrow, 7,000 damage total, and the armored Death Knight was instantly killed on the spot. I lowered my hands and glanced at my mana. The aura was still on, sitting at 80. The system's voice sounded in my head. Congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery. Rating SSS. Solo. Flawless. Total annihilation. Clear time 1 minute 24 seconds. Experience gained 2000. Level raised from 7 to 10. All stats increased by 6. You have reached level 10 and may undergo class promotion. 1 treasure chest obtained. Additionally, special achievement completed. Dug up your ancestors' graves. You even dug up all those coffin materials that are so hard to shatter. You really aren't human. I stood on the stone bridge, looking at the debris all over the ground, silent for 2 seconds. Only 2 words popped into my head. That's it? Before, seeing that terrifyingly low clear rate, and then seeing how smug Li Hao looked reporting his S-rank rating, I'd wondered just how hard this dungeon could be. But after clearing it, why did it feel even easier than the goblins? You have to understand, in that goblin dungeon, I'd spent 5 minutes just walking. If anyone could have heard my inner monologue, they'd probably have been furious enough to jump. The goblin dungeon had a long path that was there to give awakened room to react and adapt. The Blood Moon Cemetery had a short path. It tested your real skill at handling monsters. The ghouls and wraiths here were packed extremely close together. If you didn't take out the ghouls immediately and instead drew the wraiths over, you were basically done for. On top of that, ghouls could absorb grudges to heal. The vast majority of people died on this stage without ever even laying eyes on the boss. But who could have guessed that this dense monster piling design was exactly what let me reap them all with total ease? I reached out and opened the treasure chest. A C-rank knight's greatsword for D-rank material ghoul coffin boards and 3 portions of D-rank material wraith ashes. Looking at this pile of stuff, I sucked in a cold breath. Back in the Wailing Mine, the Rat King boss had only dropped a single D-rank material. Both were normal dungeons. Yet this one trip through the Blood Moon Cemetery had handed me 7 D-rank materials outright. Then I looked at that newly acquired achievement. Dug up your ancestors' graves. 10% increased damage against undead, and a 20% chance to inflict 1 second of fear on undead upon first encountering them. Below that was a line of small text. You dug up my home, and I'm scared. I paused for a moment. So the skill did the deed, but I was the one who had to take the blame. Still, the effect was genuinely great. With it, clearing elite and even nightmare difficulty Blood Moon cemeteries would be easier from now on. I then exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon hall, the crowd of awakened that had just gathered hadn't dispersed. Made sense. Barely over a minute had passed, and everyone was still soaking in the fun of watching the drama. The teleportation array flashed. Huh? Isn't that the SSS rank sacrificer? He's out already this fast. Someone sharp-eyed shouted it out on the spot, and the rest looked up one after another. Oh my god, and here I thought he was something fierce. All aloof and cool, refusing to say a word, insisting on soloing the challenge. I figured he'd blow the dungeon wide open. He bailed this fast. An armored warrior sneered. Coming out this quick, how embarrassing. If it were me, even if I couldn't beat it, I'd at least stall for 20 minutes. At least then you could say you gave it your all. The archer beside him joined in the jeering. Li Hao, listening to all this from the corner, felt uneasy inside. He'd used the provocation trick to goad me into the dungeon precisely because he was betting I had no skills. A lousy healing spell couldn't clear a dungeon, so I'd have to rely on sacrificing to tough it out. As long as I sacrificed enough, I'd inevitably damage my foundation. By then, it'd be perfectly natural for his uncle to expel me and swipe away my SSS rank class certification. But I'd come out way too fast. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he strode over to meet me. TSK, an SSS rank class, failing and coming out this quick? If it were me, I'd sacrifice half my life to clear it. He was still clinging to his little scheme, hoping to keep luring me in. The next second, I grabbed him by the collar and flung him hard to the side. Scram. With a dull thud, Li Hao slammed into the wall, letting out a muffled grunt, and his health bar dropped by 1/10 on the spot. He stared at my back with a look of disbelief. Such enormous strength? This was a damn sacrificer. Had he sacrificed his health to trade for strength? Wasn't it said you couldn't boost stats that way? A string of question marks exploded in his head. And the next second, as I handed my certification to the front desk, a mechanical broadcast rang out through the entire hall. Special Dungeon, Blood Moon Cemetery, normal difficulty, cleared. Clear time 1 minute 24 seconds. Rating SSS. New record for the current normal difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery clear. Everyone froze. The silence lasted maybe 3 seconds, and then it exploded. 1 minute 24 seconds? The Blood Moon Cemetery. Impossible. I ran it in a team for 40 minutes yesterday. 2 of us critically wounded, nearly died, and we still didn't get through. SSS rank? How did he do it? The phantom wraiths in that dungeon are immune to physical damage. The crowd buzzed like a poked hornet's nest. Someone pulled up the rankings, and my name was displayed prominently at the top of the Blood Moon Cemetery normal difficulty leaderboard, with the time column reading 1 minute 24 seconds, followed by 3 big S's. That warrior who'd been mocking me just now had a spectacular expression. His mouth hung open, his eyes bulging round, unable to squeeze out a single word, as if someone had him by the throat. The archer beside him wasn't doing much better. Impossible. The burly man finally snapped out of it, his voice trembling. The Blood Moon Cemetery, just running across takes nearly half a minute. How did he fight through it? The moment those words came out, someone immediately chimed in. Right, it's got to be cheating. How could a sacrificer possibly be this fast? The dungeon didn't glitch, did it? Maybe he exploited a bug? These special dungeons were all made by the dungeon hall. What if there's a loophole? The doubts quickly drowned out the shock. People are like that. When they run into something they can't understand, their first reaction is never admiration, but suspicion that someone else used underhanded tricks. Just then, a shrill, thin voice popped out from the crowd. It should be real. Sure, he's a sacrificer, but he's SSS rank. The speaker was a tall, skinny guy wearing black-framed glasses, clutching a class encyclopedia and reading from it especially loudly, afraid others wouldn't hear. The defining trait of a sacrificer is being able to sacrifice health or other things to strengthen skills. But to obtain that kind of massive boost, you almost always have to permanently lower your maximum health. He closed the book, pushed up his glasses, and let out a snide little laugh. Clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery in 1 minute 24 seconds. Just how far did he have to strengthen for that? To win this argument, this guy probably sacrificed away half his life, huh? The people around him paused, then caught on. Yeah, sacrificers have to deduct max health to strengthen. Fighting this fast, he definitely sacrificed a lot. How much life did that cost? TSK. Throwing away the rest of your life just to show off for one moment. Is it worth it? Li Hao, in the corner, finally had the color return to his livid face. He genuinely panicked a moment ago. 1 minute 24 seconds, SSS rank, a score that left his S rank in the dust by a mile. But now, he found his confidence again. So it was traded with his life. He even thought himself cleverer for it. If he hadn't deliberately provoked me into the dungeon just now, and really let me develop, I might have caused him some trouble. At this clear speed, what I'd sacrificed was probably more than half my life. My max health was probably down to a dozen points at most now. He straightened up, patted the non-existent dust off his clothes, and let a smug look rise on his face. No wonder. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those around to hear. 1 minute 24 seconds. I thought I was seeing ghosts. Turns out it was traded with his life. He walked up to the service counter, looked at the screen still displaying my score, shook his head, and wore a look of condescending pity. Lin Shu, oh Lin Shu, throwing yourself away just to win this argument. Is it worth it? Turning yourself into a cripple for one record. How pitiful. But my expression didn't change. I wasn't the least bit angry. In fact, I found it funny. This bunch could come up with all sorts of creative excuses to trample you down over one outrageous score. Still, once I cleared the elite dungeon in a bit, what would they cook up then? I was honestly a little curious. I turned back toward Wang Xiaoli at the front desk. I want to apply for elite difficulty. Solo again. The mocking laughter in the hall was cut off cold, as if a hand had suddenly seized its throat. Everyone looked at me in disbelief. Even Wang Xiaoli hesitated. Lin Shu, that's enough. You've already proven yourself. Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. My tone was very calm. Wang Xiaoli didn't try to dissuade me further and process the paperwork. Watching the front desk actually grant me the qualification, the hall fell into a dead silence. Just now they'd been cursing me as a cripple, and now the guy had turned right around and applied for elite. The tall, Skinny guy opened his mouth, but couldn't get any words out. The burly man's mouth opened and closed, and in the end he could only manage. Has he lost his mind? The smile on Li Hao's face froze, his mind spinning fast. Elite difficulty? Was this guy joking? In elite dungeons, monster health doubled, damage doubled, plus there was an extra layer of environmental debuff. A sacrificer like him couldn't win even if he sacrificed his entire life. Unless he hadn't paid such a big price at all. The instant this thought surfaced, Li Hao stamped it out himself. Impossible. For a sacrificer to grow stronger, he had to sacrifice something. That was an iron rule written in the encyclopedia. To clear that fast, he must have sacrificed health or some other important stat. But then why did he dare take on Elite? Even if the sacrifice effect was strong, where did he get the skills? Li Hao couldn't make sense of it. I ignored these stares and walked straight for the passage. As I passed by Li Hao, my steps didn't slow. Fine you go. His voice chased after me from behind, carrying a forced ease. I'd love to see whether you can survive 5 minutes in elite difficulty. I didn't answer. The moment the light swallowed me, a hushed voice came from behind. I couldn't tell whose. Trading the rest of your life to look cool for a few minutes. Is it worth it? The corner of my mouth curved up. Worth it or not? Once I come out, you'll all know. The light of the teleportation array dispersed, and I stepped onto the stone slabs of the Blood Moon Cemetery. Unlike normal difficulty, here a faint layer of red mist hung in the air, like a congealed stench of blood. The system's voice sounded. You have entered the Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. Environmental effect, Blood Moon Curse. The light of the Blood Moon continuously erodes your spirit, stacking one layer of mental corruption every 30 seconds, each layer reducing hit rate and casting success rate by 5%, up to 10 layers. At 5 layers, hallucinations appear. At 10 layers, you lose consciousness. I glanced at my status bar, where a little red skull was slowly climbing. The dungeon had already begun. Instinctively, I went to cast a healing spell, but my hand paused. Life Shield. As I released the shield, a thicker layer of blood red enveloped my body, and my health dropped 15% accordingly. Right after, a ball of glowing green light lit up in my palm, and the healing spell came down. Surging vitality poured from my chest into every limb and every corner of my body, and the cold, sinister sensation pressing against my skin was instantly scattered away, most of it gone. The blood-red skull representing corruption in my status bar vanished at once. With the 2 skills stacked, the oppressive weight of the Blood Moon disappeared entirely. Whatever damn Blood Moon curse, let it go take it up with my EX rank skills. I rolled my neck and took my first step. Meanwhile, in the dungeon hall, that massive screen was displaying my status in real time. The timer ticked to 15 seconds, and the crowd, far from dispersing, only grew larger. The earlier smugness was gone from Li Hao's face, replaced by a hint of grimness. He was both afraid I'd actually clear it and afraid I'd die inside. Make way. A steady voice came from the outer edge of the crowd. Everyone turned. A man in his early 40s was walking in. Wang Xiaoli, with a worried look at the front desk, shot to her feet. Brother Chen, you're here. The man showed a trace of helplessness. During work hours, use my title. As he said this, he swept his gaze around. That genius you just told me about. The one who cleared the normal Blood Moon dungeon in 1 minute 24 seconds. Where is he? Wang Xiaoli lowered her head and shot a resentful glance at Li Hao not far off. He's challenging the elite Blood Moon dungeon. Oh, he found a team this fast. No, he's alone. The composure instantly collapsed from Chun Zheng's face. Solo? Soloing the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery? Others might not know, but don't you know how hard that dungeon is? Why didn't you stop him? Wang Xiaoli buried her head even lower. Chun Zheng said no more and looked up, fixing his eyes on the timer overhead. 43 seconds, 44, 45. Manager Chun, since you're here, why don't you break it down for us? A few bold young awakened crowded forward. Compared to the online guides, this administrator stationed in the hall clearly knew the ins and outs better. Chun Zheng took a deep breath. Fine, everyone's here, so let me explain. First, the conclusion. The Blood Moon dungeon is not recommended for any awakened below S rank, especially the elite and nightmare difficulties. It's meant for those record-chasing geniuses. Someone wasn't convinced. It's not that hard, Manager Chun. We've cleared the normal dungeon too. Sure, it's a bit harder than others, but with some time spent grinding out coordination and a level 10 team, you can pass it. Elite is nothing but leveling up a few more times, bringing more potions, and clearing monsters slowly, right? Chun Zheng let out a scornful laugh and shook his head. You think the elite difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery is just monsters? The biggest difference in the elite dungeon is that the Blood Moon starts taking effect. The moment you enter the dungeon, no matter what you're doing, you get slapped with the Blood Moon curse. Every 30 seconds it stacks one layer of mental corruption. At 5 layers, hallucinations begin, where the monsters you see might be fake and your teammates might turn into enemies. At 10 layers, you lose consciousness outright, lying on the ground waiting to die. He paused and scanned the crowd. To clear this dungeon normally, you must bring purification items or a priest specifically to dispel the debuff, and you can't drag it out. The faster the better. Our current fastest record was set by Sun Ya's squad. Sun Ya is an SSS rank, and everyone else on the team is S rank, all outfitted with top-tier gear. And even with that lineup, it took them 9 minutes. The fastest in all of Qinglan continent this generation is 8 minutes 20. He glanced at the people below. Numbers alone won't mean much to you. So let me put it this way. If these teams went and cleared every normal dungeon currently open, none of them would take more than 3 minutes. And even teams like that going into the elite dungeon aren't guaranteed to pass. Now you know how hard this dungeon is. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Then isn't this Lin Shu as good as dead? Chen Zheng didn't answer. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen, and what flashed in them wasn't worry, but a professional kind of curiosity. In the status bar on the screen, I somehow had no Blood Moon curse. A sacrificer, no teammates, no purification items. How was he withstanding the Blood Moon curse? That was a question Xinjiang couldn't answer. And inside the dungeon, I had already made it through the first half of the cemetery. The first wave of monsters burrowed up from underground. Not the ordinary skeleton warriors of normal difficulty, but Blood Moon skeletons, their bodies wreathed in dark red patterns. Their bones were a size thicker than the ordinary ones. The fire in their eye sockets was blood red, and the rusty swords in their hands were coated with a layer of dark red light. I didn't stop walking and activated Water Arrow's aura. A ring of pale blue water mist spread out 300 meters around me. The moment those Blood Moon skeletons crawled out, several water arrows condensed around them. Before they could even react, -500. The freshly emerged skeletons lost most of their health. Elite monsters couldn't be killed by 500, but the next water arrow stabbed in right after. Level 10 Blood Moon skeleton killed. At that moment, a rusty arrow shot straight at me, only to be snapped in two by an invisible force half a meter from me. The shield dropped 100 points. On a burial mound in the distance, a skeleton wielding a bow was drawing back for a second shot. Blue light lit up in my right palm as I actively cast Water Arrow. A thumb-thick jet of water shot out and struck the skeleton square in the chest. 5,000 damage, and the Blood Moon skeleton exploded on the spot, bone fragments flying everywhere. One-shot kill. The second, third, and fourth lunged at me from different directions. Aside from punching holes in those few ranged ones, I didn't even bother with active water arrows. I just strolled leisurely among these eerie burial mounds and let the aura do the damage itself. 3 seconds later, all 4 skeletons collapsed at once, blanketing the ground with bone shards. I turned off the aura and glanced at my mana. 5 seconds of aura cost 25, 2 water arrows cost 10, leaving 115. Very efficient. I pressed onward. In the hall, the timer ticked to 1 minute and 8 seconds. From the progress bar, I had somehow already covered most of the first section. It's been over a minute, and he still hasn't come out, someone said in a low voice. Chen Jing's brows knit together. Not because he thought I was slow, because I was too fast. At this pace, I should be nearly done clearing the Blood Moon skeletons. But how does he still have no negative buffs? Those 2 skeleton archers, how did he deal with them? Chen Zheng murmured to himself, his voice very soft, but the people beside him all heard it. No one could answer. At this point, a young man in a mage robe leaned in. Manager Chen, doesn't the elite dungeon also have a wraith swarm? The guide says the second wave is 20 Blood Moon wraiths, all mental attacks. Chunjung nodded, his tone growing heavier. Right. The second wave, 20 Blood Moon Wraiths, all mental. Their shrieks aren't ordinary damage. They stack mental corruption directly. If you don't dispel it, you'll stack at least 3 layers by the time you finish this wave, and after 3 layers, your hit rate drops 15% and your casting starts to fail. He paused. The normal approach requires 2 magic class jobs casting AoE together to clear it in 1 round. Solo, once the shrieks stack up, there's no point fighting after that. And the wraiths are semi-transparent. Ordinary attacks can't hit them. Only elemental damage works. The young man in the mage robe swallowed. Then can he do it? Chunjung didn't answer, his gaze nailed to the timer. 1 minute 15, 1 minute 20, 1 minute 25. Then it ticked to 1 minute 30. No system message, no failure notification. Only that yellow progress bar beneath, suddenly surging forward a big chunk. Chunjung's pupils contracted slightly. Inside the dungeon, I stood on a stretch of dark red open ground. 20 piles of dark red mist scattered around me, the traces left behind by the dead Blood Moon Wraiths. I glanced at my mana, 90 left. The Wraith Swarm was even easier than the skeletons. 1 flick of the aura, and all wiped out in 5 seconds, without me even moving to cast an active water arrow. The only thing to watch out for was their shrieks, but the life shield blocked the sound waves completely clean, and I barely even heard a sound. Pressing onward, a stone bridge appeared before me, and beneath it was still bottomless darkness. Only this time, 2 figures stood on the bridge. On the left was a towering Death Knight, riding a bone-armored warhorse. That horse's skeletal frame was a size larger than an ordinary horse, its joints bristling with barbed spikes, blood-red fire dancing in its eye sockets. The knight sat astride it, a black shield in its left hand and a 2-handed sword wreathed in blood-red lightning in its right. On the right was a wraith floating in midair, twice the size of an ordinary phantom wraith, a dozen or so wisps of eerie green ghost fire hovering around it. The system's voice sounded, "You have disturbed the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery bosses, Death Knight, Mounted Form, and Wailing Wraith. Twin bosses." Even though I'd seen them in the guides, looking at the mounted Death Knight and the one in the air, I still felt 2 waves of oppressive pressure rolling toward me. Except, my kind of oppressive pressure seemed a little different from other awakens. Damn, this is so cool. Who could resist a skeletal horse blazing with ghost fire all over? And in contrast to my ease over here, in the hall, when the line Lord Zone entered popped up on the screen, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared hard at the time in the upper right corner. 2 minutes, 21 seconds. He started fighting the boss at 2 minutes, 21 seconds? Even the experienced, worldly Chunjung had lost his earlier composure now, striding abruptly to the front desk, grabbing the phone and saying something. Outside the hall, plenty of people had been called over by friends to watch the excitement. Sun Changyue had packed up his stall too and squeezed in, and when he made out the name on the virtual screen, his eyes suddenly went wide. Lin Shu. Over there, Chunjung finished his call with the director and felt someone tugging at the hem of his clothes. It was Wang Xiaoli, wearing a worried look. "Brother Chun, he started fighting the boss. He'll be okay, won't he?" Chunjung's expression was grave. "Hard to say. The elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery has twin bosses. Even those well-prepared strategy teams often wipe here." A few sharp-eared people leaned in. "Twin bosses? The Death Knight alone is that hard to fight. And there's another one. You think that Death Knight in the normal dungeon was its full form?" Chunjung seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. "The mounted form Death Knight has a charged skill. The first strike deals double damage and can instantly kill squishies. The Wailing Wraith has an area range mental shriek, plus 12 tracking ghost fires, each one able to stack mental corruption. These 2 were designed to work together. When you attack the Wraith, the Death Knight charges. When you attack the Death Knight, the Wraith shrieks and launches ghost fire from behind. The normal solution requires a tank to hold the Knight, 2 damage dealers on the Wraith, 1 priest specifically dispelling mental corruption, and another priest specifically healing." He stopped a moment. "But 1 person fighting twin bosses, forgive me for saying it, but I don't know how it can be done either." The hall was silent as death. Li Hao leaned against a pillar, his hand trembling. Not from fear, an unease had risen inside him. My clear speed was too fast, and at this rate, I might actually solo clear the elite dungeon. But how is that possible? Forget Manager Chen never having seen a solo clear of the Blood Moon Cemetery. In all of Qinglan continent, probably no one could solo clear the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery during the rookie period. I was a sacrificer. What right did I have? The timer on the screen was still ticking. 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 50, 3 minutes 10. The yellow progress bar sat frozen, unmoving, and the feeling of it was so stifling it was unbearable. Everyone was desperate to spot some change on the screen. But apart from the time, there was nothing. On the other side, Sun Qingyue's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes fixed hard on my status bar. He and his sister had cleared the elite-level Blood Moon Cemetery too, and he knew that compared to the Death Knight, the Wailing Wraith was the real main event. Because its shriek was area damage, and when its health dropped past half, it entered a super armor state and forcibly triggered, hard stacking the Blood Moon curse. Damage that even priests and mental resistance potions couldn't remove, that could only be endured. So Sun Qingyue was waiting for the mental corruption notification to appear in the system messages. That would at least mean the Wraith's health had been ground down by half. But there was nothing on the screen. No mental corruption, no casting failure, nothing at all. 3 minutes 15. At that moment, a line of text suddenly popped up on the screen. Wailing Wraith killed. The hall exploded on the spot. What? 3 minutes, and the Wraith is dead. Impossible. An 8,000 health Wraith, with ghost fire protecting it too. How did he fight it? Chen Jing's mouth opened and closed. His mind was racing. Killing the Wailing Banshee in 3 minutes meant this young man had dealt at least 8,000 points of damage in under a minute. And he hadn't been affected by mental pollution, hadn't been blown up by the ghost fire, hadn't even been phased by the shrieking. That was impossible, unless he was immune to all mental attacks. Chen Jing's eyes snapped wide open. A possibility came to him. Once certain skills broke through to EX rank, they could come with effects like immunity to mental control or cleanse negative status. Could it be that this Lin Shu had upgraded a skill all the way to EX? He'd been managing the dungeon hall for years and had seen thousands upon thousands of job holders. But the ones who could push a skill to EX rank could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them was either a top-tier prodigy or a powerhouse who'd made a name for himself long ago. And this Lin Shu had only awakened yesterday. Chen Jing's fingers trembled slightly. If that were really the case, then this young man's potential was probably far more than just clearing a dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, I stood on the bridge, watching the Wailing Banshee's body burst apart in midair, dissolving into countless dark red fragments that drifted away. The Banshee was dead, all in less than 30 seconds, start to finish. The remaining Death Knight leaped down from its horse. No, actually, its warhorse had collapsed on its own. Its body was already riddled with holes from my water arrows, one bloody wound after another. Even without its mount, the Death Knight still charged straight at me. Dual bosses really were a pain. This knight's charge was too fast. At first I tried to dodge with footwork, but after taking another blast of the Banshee's ghost fire, I gave up and just tanked it head-on with my life shield. That great sword, glinting with cold light, came down hard against the crimson shield in front of me. The moment the damage landed, the shield I'd been holding for so long finally gave out and shattered. Bang! The instant the shield broke, the Death Knight, about to follow up with a finishing blow, was blasted backward by an invisible force. A blood-red number popped up above its head, -623. When the life shield shatters, it deals damage equal to 10% of the enemy's current health. In other words, the Death Knight now had only about 6,000 health left. I didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. My third water arrow shot out, hitting it square in the abdomen. Its health bar visibly dropped. It had already lost a chunk to the aura's burn, and now with another water arrow, it was nearly bottomed out. It raised its sword to strike. I took a step back, and my fourth water arrow punched through its breastplate and came out the other side. Its body stiffened, the two-handed sword frozen in midair, and then it crashed down, weapon and all, in a thunderous heap. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. Rating SSS. Time 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Experience gained, 4,000. This was a self-driven breakthrough past the level 10 barrier. You gain an additional 10 points to all attributes and an increase to your passive health and mana regeneration. Level raised from 10 to 13, all attributes increased by 9 points. Maximum health and mana raised. Passive regeneration is now 1 point every 3 seconds. 2 treasure chests obtained. I stood on the bridge, looking at the 2 boss corpses, and let out a long breath. Living up to its name as an elite dungeon, there really was some challenge to it. Looks like if I want to take on Nightmare difficulty, I'll need to prep a few more tricks. I glanced at my own stat panel. Fate Sacrificer, level 13, health just over 6,300, mana 200, strength 51, agility 52, all more than 5 times a normal person's. In my skill slot sat Sacrifice, Healing, Water Arrow, and Life Shield, all at EX rank, neat and tidy. I hadn't expected to break past level 10 without even touching my job certificate. For job holders, every 10 levels is a major threshold. To get past it, you either use the energy inside your job certificate to power through, or you complete a job quest, and completing the quest gives you extra attribute gains on top of it. The level 10 job quest was to conquer an elite ranked dungeon and slay its bosses with your own hands. I'd done both, so I'd scored 10 free attribute points, and even the passive regen from the breakthrough had shrunk from the standard 1 point per 5 seconds to 1 point per 3. The boost didn't look like much for now, but if I could power through levels 20, 30, 40, even 50 all on my own, these numbers would pile up, and sooner or later they'd leave everyone else in the dust. In the past, with no money and no resources, maybe I really would have had to rely on the job certificate to advance. But things were different now. I could sell this certificate outright. Just not cheap. Never cheap. Then I turned my attention to the 2 treasure chests that had dropped from the bosses. Back in the hall, the timer had stopped at 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Just as everyone assumed I was about to fall short at the finish line, a mechanical voice sounded. Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty, challenge successful. Clear rating, SSS. Time, 3 minutes, 38 seconds. The hall went as quiet as a tomb. Qin Zheng's hands, clasped behind his back, dropped to his sides and trembled faintly. He stared at that string of numbers, his lips quivering a few times, until finally he could only squeeze out one sentence. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. SSS rating, not a scratch on him the whole time. This is really a rookie job holder. At the channel exit, Li Hao stared hard at that line of information on the virtual screen, muttering the same words over and over. How is this possible? And at the entrance of the dungeon hall, Sun Xingyue took one look at that clear time starting with a 3 and immediately dialed a number. Sis, I just ran into a total monster. The screen in the hall still glowed with my results. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. SSS rating. Blood Moon Cemetery, elite difficulty. Those words landed like a bomb, exploding in everyone's head. I walked out of the teleportation channel. My clothes were spotless, like I hadn't just fought a brutal battle. My expression as relaxed as if I'd just come back from a stroll in the park. The crowd automatically parted, opening a path for me. Nobody spoke. The people who'd been mocking me, doubting me, waiting to watch me fall flat on my face just moments ago, every one of them shut their mouths now, watching me walk past with a complicated look I couldn't quite name. I didn't look at anyone. I walked straight to the service desk and set my clear voucher on the counter. Register it. Wang Xiaoli's hands were still shaking. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Just 10 odd minutes ago, I'd been running a standard dungeon, and now I'd turned around and posted the most outrageous clear time this hall had ever seen. Once she finished the registration, I took the receipt and turned to go. Young man, hold on a second. A deep, resonant voice came from behind me. I turned and saw the man in his early 40s walking toward me. Navy blue uniform, silver badge, steady stride, sharp eyes. I'm Qin Zheng, the manager of the dungeon hall. He extended his hand, smiling graciously. Do you mind if we chat for a moment? I gave his hand a shake. Lin Shu, I know. Qin Zheng smiled. These 2 clears of yours wiped out every record in my hall. Standard difficulty in 1 minute, 24 seconds. Elite in 3 minutes, 38. Both solo SSS. It'd be hard not to know who you are. Got lucky, I said. Qin Zheng shook his head and didn't press. He understood that some details couldn't be dug out on a first meeting, but the admiration on his face was impossible to hide. I've worked here for over a decade and seen plenty of prodigies, but not one of them could put up a time like yours. He clapped me on the shoulder. If there's ever anything you need, come find me. There's plenty I can help with here at the dungeon hall. I nodded. Thanks, Manager Chun. Don't be so formal. Just call me Brother Chun. Just then, another voice cut in from the side. Brother Shu. Brother Shu. A round-faced young man squeezed out of the crowd, his face wreathed in smiles, calling out and hopping around as if terrified I might not see him. Brother Sun, what are you doing here? If it weren't for the 2 skills he'd sold me, there was no way I could have torn through elite Blood Moon Cemetery so fast. Don't call me brother. You're my big brother. Sun Changyue looked thrilled, grabbing my arm, his eyes practically twinkling with stars. Brother Shu, you're insane. 3 minutes, 38 seconds on elite Blood Moon Cemetery. Is that a score a human being can even post? Let me tell you, my sis just about lost it on the phone. I paused. Your sister? Yeah, my sis, Sunya. She's a job holder too, an SSS rank job. That elite Blood Moon Cemetery record for Jiangxing that you just smashed? That was our run yesterday. As he spoke, he pulled up the second-place team's info on the leaderboard, and sure enough, his name was right there in it. Off to the side, Chen Zheng watched Sun Changyue, a flicker of something crossing his eyes. If he remembered correctly, word had just gotten around yesterday. The daughter and son of Jiangxing's mayor's son had teamed up to clear elite Blood Moon Cemetery, and Sunya had made a big splash by awakening an SSS rank job. This chubby kid in front of him was also surnamed Sunday Odds, where he was the mayor's son. Sun Changyue turned back to me, rubbing his hands together, his expression shifting from excited to ingratiating. On anyone else, that look would probably come off as off-putting, but on that chubby face of his, it somehow radiated a certain sincerity. He rubbed his plump cheek. Brother Shu, there's something I want to run by you. Go ahead. Are you interested in taking on nightmare difficulty next? I looked at him. Not right now. In a few days, Sun Changyue rushed to explain. My sis is still putting a team together. She's already found 2 priests, but the damage output still isn't enough. On Nightmare Difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery, the dual lords get buffed even further. There's an extra phase, and on top of that a final boss appears at the end, Baron Blood. You absolutely need heavy damage dealers. He paused, dropping his voice. Brother Shu, I know we haven't known each other long, but I've got nothing but respect for your skills. So I just wanted to ask, could you run Nightmare with us? Don't worry about the pay. I'd never let you work for nothing. I said nothing. Sun Changyue thought I was hesitating and quickly pulled a card and a list from his coat, offering them to me with both hands. Brother Shu, this is a deposit. Whether it works out or not, the money and the gear are yours to keep up front. And there'll be more once it's done. I took them and gave them a quick once-over. The moment my hand touched the card, a line of numbers popped up on my system panel. A password-free bank card, balance of 500,000. The list itemized 3 pieces of gear, a B-rank breastplate, a pair of B-rank bracers, a pair of B-rank boots, plus a set of accessories. The stats were solid, more than a full tier above what I was wearing. 500 grand. The gear's free, whether we run it or not. I looked up. Right. Sun Changyue smiled, so wide his eyes squeezed into slits. Just consider it making a friend. With skills like yours, Brother Shu, there'll be plenty of people lining up for your help down the road. I'm just getting in line early. Watching from the side, Chun Zheng nodded to himself. People said the mayor's son had no taste for fighting and preferred fiddling with oddball business ventures. Who'd have guessed those oddball ventures had actually gotten him somewhere? Young as he was, the kid knew how to get things done. 500,000 plus 3 pieces of B-rank gear. The price wasn't low, but it wasn't outrageous either. The real kicker was that line. Yours whether it works out or not. That took the sincerity to the max. I tucked away the card and the list. When are we running it? Sun Changyue's eyes lit up. Brother Shu, you're in? Let's see how it goes first. When's your sister getting here? Tomorrow. Day after at the latest. Her skill proficiency is just a hair short. I'll add you as a friend and get in touch then. I smiled and nodded. Nightmare dungeons were something I'd have to tackle sooner or later. With someone handing me money and gear, why turn it down? Still, I had to give the necessary heads up. I pulled my hand back and looked at the excited Sun Changyue. Don't get ahead of yourself. I've never run Nightmare difficulty. There's no guarantee I'll clear it. You're just being modest, Brother Shu. Sun Qinghua chuckled. You went through elite without taking a scratch. Nightmare's just gonna make you breathe a little harder. That's all. Chen Zheng smiled to himself off to the side, but didn't chime in. The gap between Nightmare and Elite was nowhere near as simple as Sun Qinghua imagined. Sun Qinghua and I chatted a bit more, settled on a time and place to meet tomorrow, and then I left the hall. After I left, Chen Zheng stared at my retreating back and fell silent for a good while. His assistant sidled up. Manager, this Lin Shu. Keep a close eye on him, Chen Zheng said. The instant any of his dungeon records come in, report them to me. Also, look into his background and send it to me shortly. Understood. Sun Qinghua left too, sending his sister a voice message as he walked. Sis, it's done. Lin Shu said yes. Get over here tomorrow. Oh, and grab me some Sacrificer exclusive skills and some B-rank skills too. Bring plenty of the good ones. On the other end, Sunya listened without a trace of impatience. Got it. She knew her little brother well. Even though he'd awakened an S-rank job, he'd never had any love for fighting. All he cared about was making deals. In his own words, strength shows itself in many ways. Not just level, logistics and resources matter just as much. And, in a rare turn, even their father had agreed with that. As for who their father was, none other than Sun Lingtian, the mayor of Jiangqing. Seeing his sister agree, Sun Qinghua chuckled, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and walked off humming a little tune. Meanwhile, in a VIP lounge on the second floor of the dungeon hall, Li Hao sat on the sofa with his phone laid out in front of him, the screen showing his uncle Li Jiangwo's number. The call had already connected. Uncle, Lin Shu cleared Blood Moon Cemetery on Elite Difficulty 2. Li Hao's voice was a little tight. Solo. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. SSS rating. Silence for 3 seconds on the other end. Tell me everything. Li Hao ran through the whole thing. How he'd goaded me into the dungeon, how I'd cleared standard difficulty, then steamrolled Elite, every last detail. As he talked, his fingers kept unconsciously tapping the armrest of the sofa, an old habit of his whenever he got nervous. At the end, he laid out his own doubts too. Uncle, something's off about this Lin Shu. Sacrificers pay for buffed skills by cutting into their max health. He ran 2 dungeons back-to-back and still walked out on his own feet, not even looking pale. I suspect the price he pays for sacrificing is a lot smaller than we figured. I'm worried that if he actually catches the attention of the higher-ups, then we'd. He didn't finish, but what he meant was crystal clear to both him and Li Jiangguo. The line went quiet again for a few seconds. Then Li Jiangguo laughed, not loudly. What are you panicking about? Li Hao froze. Uncle, at the end of the day, he's just a snot-nosed kid who awakened yesterday and got stuck with a sacrificer job. Li Jiangguo's tone was calm. The fact that he can post scores like this only proves that the effect of his sacrifice far exceeds what we anticipated. But rules are rules. If a sacrificer wants to get stronger, he has to sacrifice something. The price definitely exists, we just haven't seen it yet. Listening to his uncle, the heart Li Hao had been holding in his throat slowly settled, and even his breathing evened out. You're right. Besides, it's not like we actually did anything to Lin Shu. But at that, the other end of the line fell silent. What's wrong, uncle? In his school office, Li Jiangguo took a deep breath. Your father has already made his move on Lin Shu's parents. Li Hao's finger froze in midair. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. In the principal's office at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Li Jiangguo stared at the report in front of him. A major accident had occurred at the Jiangqing chemical plant. Primary responsibility lay with the newly promoted supervisors, who, unfamiliar with the procedures, had meddled recklessly and caused a hazardous material leak, resulting in 1 death and 2 seriously injured. Both Li Jiangguo and his older brother were seasoned operators who knew all too well that dragging things out invited trouble, and an SSS rank job certificate was something plenty of people besides them were itching to get their hands on. So the very day they'd promoted Lin Shu's parents, they'd arranged this accident, intending to use Lin Shu's parents as leverage to force him to fold fast. But nobody had counted on Lin Shu rising this quickly. At this point, there was no turning back. Li Jiangguo went on. No matter how well Lin Shu can fight, we've got his parents in our grip. What kind of waves can he possibly make? The corners of Li Hao's mouth slowly curled up. You really do think of everything. Don't get ahead of yourself. Li Jiangguo cut him off. Keep watching Lin Shu, but don't get into a head-on clash with him. He's riding high right now. This isn't the time to go toe-to-toe. Let him enjoy himself for a few days. Once he burns through whatever sacrifice fuel he's got, he'll be finished on his own. Understood. One more thing. Come to the school tomorrow and round up a few people to report Lin Shu together. The way we handled him earlier was too rushed. It's bound to have left loose ends. If you all step forward and file the reports, then when I withhold his job certification and his student status, I'll have a legitimate, above-board reason. Got it, Uncle. Li Hao hung up, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a long breath. Spoiled rich kid though he was no fool. When he ran into something he couldn't handle himself, he might not dare bring it up with his father, but he had the nerve to consult his uncle. And when it came down to a moment like this, you had to count on the old hands in the family. Truth was, a moment ago he really had panicked. His head had been swimming with all those lines from the storybooks. Stuff like, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years, or never look down on a young man just because he's poor now. But now, he wasn't panicking anymore. Damn it. How many prodigies actually exist in the real world? 3 generations of family fortune behind me, and I can't handle some background-less little punk who just awakened? No matter how strong Lin Shu is, he's still just one man. On top of that, his parents are in my uncle's hands. With this many cards to play, what does Lin Shu have to turn things around? Li Hao stood, walked to the window, and looked down at the crowd milling about in the hall below. People were excitedly discussing everything that had just happened. Watching it all, a cold smirk tugged at his lips. Go ahead and gloat a little longer. Elsewhere, outside the hall, things were as lively as ever. I was in a good mood. 500,000 in deposit, a set of B-rank gear, and the nightmare run with Sun Yu's group lined up for tomorrow. Everything was heading in the right direction. Lin Shu, a voice came from behind me, laced with obvious urgency. I turned to see a lanky young man running toward me. Li Su. Su? What's the rush? Li Su reached me, panting, his face taut with alarm. Something's happened. Your parents. There was an accident at the plant. The smile vanished from my face. This afternoon, workshop number 3 at Jiangxing Chemical exploded. Li Su pulled out his phone, his hands trembling. 1 dead, 2 seriously hurt. Your parents were the shift supervisors. They're at the hospital now. They're okay, but... He handed me the phone. On the screen was a news push notification. I scanned it quickly. Operators violated protocol. On-duty supervisors, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiaomei. As long as they're okay. I took a deep breath, pushing down the thoughts churning inside me. What exactly happened? Li Su swallowed hard and lowered his voice. Listen, this thing isn't right. My dad works in that workshop too. He saw it with his own eyes. Old Wang, one of the operators, started up the reaction unit against the rules. Your dad tried to stop him and couldn't, and then it blew. Old Wang died on the spot, and the other 2 are in critical condition. He paused, dropping his voice even further. But the plant says the surveillance cameras were broken. There's no proof your dad tried to stop him. Now the plant wants to pin the blame on your parents. Says the supervisors failed to oversee things properly. And here's the most important part. He swallowed again. My dad says the plant manager personally escorted someone to the hospital today to talk compensation with your parents. Guess who it was? My eyes narrowed. Who? Li Jianya, the head honcho of Jianya Group. Li Hao's father. My pupils contracted sharply. Whatever lingering doubts I'd had about my parents' sudden promotion all clicked into place in that instant. A conspiracy. Li Hao and his people were actually trying to use my parents to pressure me, and they'd move this fast. I forced down the towering rage in my chest. What did he go there for? He's got shares in the plant. Says he's representing the shareholders. Come to negotiate with your parents. Li Su, not picking up on the edge in my tone, went on. He says the plant is willing to put up part of the compensation for the family of the deceased and the injured, and your parents have to cover the rest. The deceased family wants 2 million, and each of the 2 seriously injured wants 1 million, for $1 million total. The plant will put up 1 million, and your family has to come up with 3 million. If you can't pull it together within 3 days, they'll call the police and take the legal route, and your parents could end up in prison. 3 million. My hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white, but a cold smirk pulled at the corner of my mouth. When Li Hao and his crew had tried to make a deal with me before, they'd offered 500,000. Now here they were, making me pay out $3 million. And that remaining $2 million was supposed to be charity handed to me? But the bigger the crisis, the calmer you have to stay. I took a deep breath and looked at Lisu. How's your dad doing now? He's fine, just a little shaken. Lisu still had a lingering fear in his eyes. He told me to come find you right away and let you know. My dad says this is straight up extortion. Old Wang had just been diagnosed with a terminal illness not long ago, and your dad barely started the job before this happened. Who's going to believe that? It's obvious somebody's out to get your family, but there's nothing we can do. The plant manager and these people are thick as thieves, and they claim the cameras are broken. With no proof, they can call black white and get away with it. Watching my expression, Lisu gritted his teeth and added, Lin Shu, my dad said if you need him to testify, he's willing to step up and say your dad tried to stop Old Wang. But he can't do it alone. Li Jianya is a level 50 job holder. After all, nobody dares make a peep. I was quiet for a few seconds, then patted Lisu on the shoulder. Thanks, Sue. Thank your dad for me. Come on, don't mention it between us. Lisu said anxiously. What are you going to do? $3 million. Where are you going to get that? I've got a way. My tone was calm. Head back for now, and don't get mixed up in this. I'll deal with Li Jianya. Lisu opened his mouth to say something, but meeting my eyes, perfectly still, without a ripple, he swallowed the words back down. I rubbed my fingers together, running the whole thing through my head. This was Li Jiangwo's play. I was an SSS rank job holder, after all, and I'd made a name for myself in the hall today. They couldn't touch me directly, so they'd found their opening through my parents. $3 million, a number heavy enough to crush an ordinary person. But all I'd have to do was sign that transfer agreement, and it would vanish easy. I suddenly laughed. This wasn't about the money at all. Even if I scraped together $3 million, Li Jiangguo had other tricks up his sleeve. If the other side got backed into a corner, they might even go straight after my parents. Their sheer brazenness only confirmed one thing. Go to the police? The cameras were broken, there were no witnesses, and even if there were, who'd dare step forward against Li Jianya's power? Go to the media? Li Jiangguo was a principal, and Li Jianya was the chairman of Jianya Group. I took a deep breath. And with that breath, my maximum health ticked up another notch. When it comes down to it, it's because I'm too weak. A cold glint flashed through my eyes. The only reason they dared to be this brazen was that I was too weak. I didn't even have the standing to go down fighting, taking them with me. Only the strong don't get slaughtered like cattle. I wasn't strong enough yet. That was fine. As long as I was still alive, as long as I could still draw breath, I could keep getting stronger. Stronger, faster than anyone could react to. Fast enough to make Li Hao and his crew feel dread in their bones. But right now, the most urgent thing was money. How I'd settle the score with the Li family could wait. First, I had to protect my parents. For million, I had the 500,000 deposit from Sun Chengyue, which left me $2.5 million short. I pulled out my phone, opened the Dungeon Hall app, and scrolled to the leaderboard at the very top. Blood Moon Cemetery, Nightmare difficulty. First clear bounty, 1 million. First clear in all of Qinglan continent. Another million on top. Posted by the Jiangxing Job Holders Association. 2 million total, plus Sun Chengyue's 500,000, plus whatever I could get from selling off the gear and materials that dropped in the dungeon. All told, scraping together 3 million should be doable. I raised my hand and flagged down a taxi. City People's Hospital. At the hospital, the smell of disinfectant was sharp enough to sting. I found my parents' room at the end of the corridor. The door was half open. My dad, Lin Ziyuan, sat on the edge of the bed, his arm wrapped in bandages, his face ashen. My mom, Wang Xiaomei, leaned against the head of the bed, her eyes red and swollen, like she'd been crying. Dad, Mom. They both looked up at the same time. Wang Xiaomei's eyes reddened again, but she forced back the tears. Lin Ziyuan stood up, his lips quivering a few times, until finally he could only manage. What are you doing here? I heard something happened at the plant, so I came to check on you. Are you two all right? We're fine. Seeing me staring at the bandages on his arm, Lin Ziyuan tucked his arm back a little. Just a scrape. Careless of me. I walked in and sat down on the edge of the bed, pressing a hand against his arm. The next second, surging life energy enveloped him. In an instant, Lin Ziyuan felt a great deal of the discomfort in his body ease. Son, this is my skill. We'll get into that later. I looked at him. Li Jianya came to see you too. Lin Ziyuan sighed and went through the whole thing again. It matched what Li Su had told me, with just one extra detail. He was very polite, calling us old Lin and sister this and that, saying he'd do his best to fight for us. But his meaning at the end was clear. This 3 million, we're the ones who have to pay it. Shoo, it's all our fault. We didn't listen to your warning. Who could have seen this coming? Watching my father in his anguish, I shook my head. It wasn't just that he couldn't have foreseen it. Even I hadn't expected them to move this fast. Wang Xiaomei picked up the thread, her voice trembling. When your dad tried to stop old Wang, several co-workers saw it. But nobody dares step forward to testify. At the thought, her eyes reddened again. I was silent for a few seconds. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I stood up, my tone steady. I'll handle the money. You're just a kid. Where are you going to get 3 million? Wang Xiaomei said, alarmed. I've taken on a dungeon bounty. I'm running it tomorrow. I didn't explain further. Just rest and recover. Don't dwell on it. This isn't going to end like this. Lin Ziyuan looked into my eyes. There was no bravado in them, no impulsiveness, only a composure he'd never seen before. He opened his mouth, and in the end, all he said was, "Be careful." I nodded, turned, and walked out of the room. At the window at the end of the corridor, I looked at my own reflection in the glass and took a deep breath. Li Jiangguo, Li Jianya, and Li Hao? Not now, but soon. I pulled up my friend's list and sent Sun Chengyue a message. What time are we running the dungeon tomorrow? 3 seconds later, he replied, 10 a.m. meet at the hall. 9:55 a.m., the dungeon hall. When I arrived, Sun Chengyue was already waiting, 3 people standing beside him. The moment he saw me, he perked right up, waving his hand and shouting, "Brother Shu." Now that everyone was there, Sun Chengyue pulled me over and started the introductions. First, he pointed at the 2 in robes. This is Zhang Hao, and this pretty lady is Li Yusin. Both S-rank priests, healing, cleansing, crowd control. They mainly handle the support side. The male priest, Zhang Hao, was tall and thin with glasses, refined looking. The female priest, Li Yusin, had a round face and a ponytail, with a dimple in each cheek when she smiled. Finally, he swept his hand towards Sunya. And this, the overlord dragon of Jiangqing, is my sister, Sunya. He even waggled his eyebrows. Also the second SSS rank job holder. After you, Brother Shu. Sunya looked a little helpless, but with her teammates all present, she didn't smack her brother down on the spot. She just gave me a faint smile. SSS rank Frost Empress. Battle Mage class. My main role is damage. I gave a slight nod in greeting. Sunya wore a suit of ice blue light armor, a long spear slung across her back, its tip glinting with cold light. From the sheen coming off her gear, even her worst piece had to be B rank. Then it was my turn. Lin Shu. Sacrificer. My tone was flat. Zhang Hao's expression stiffened for a moment. A sacrificer. SSS rank job, sure, but also famously useless. He'd heard about the class. You trade your own life for damage output, shaving years off your lifespan every dungeon run. He instinctively glanced at my face for any signs, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on it. That glance didn't escape me. As my gaze swung back toward him, Zhang Hao cleared his throat with a dry cough and hurried to say, "First time teaming up with a sacrificer. Look forward to working together." Li Yusin didn't react much. She just sized me up curiously a couple of extra times. She'd heard about my run yesterday. 3 minutes, 38 seconds to clear elite Blood Moon Cemetery. Anyone who could post a score like that deserved respect, whatever their class. With the introductions done, Sun Chengyue flashed an honest grin and patted the heavy plate armor covering his body. Guess I should introduce myself too, Brother Shu. Me, S-rank Guardian. Main tank. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added with a chuckle, "Don't let the fact that I'm always messing around with business and selling gear fool you. This is my real line of work. With me here, you can focus on pumping out damage." All right, enough chatter. Sunya cleared her throat, pulling everyone's attention back. Since we're all here, let me go over the tough spots on Nightmare difficulty. She pulled out a map and spread it across the table. On Nightmare difficulty Blood Moon Cemetery, the Blood Moon curse is buffed threefold, and on top of that the monster count and stats are cranked way up. Ghouls don't just show up in the first wave anymore. Along the whole route, Wherever there's a grave, monsters can crawl out at any moment. The rates have been upgraded too. On Elite, a wave is 20 of them. On Nightmare, it's 40, and they can split. But none of that is the hardest part. The hardest part is the dual lords, and the hidden boss that only appears on Nightmare, Baron Blood Moon. She tapped 3 spots on the map with the tip of her spear. I've actually heard of Baron Blood Moon. Zhang Hao pushed up his glasses, brow furrowing. But word is he's gotten even stronger in this dungeon. Right? Sunya nodded. The reason Blood Moon Cemetery is the hardest of all the level 10 special dungeons is precisely because of this Baron Blood Moon. He's an all-rounder boss. He can tank, he can hit, and he can lifesteal. But that alone wouldn't make him the strongest at his tier. The real catch is that every time the dungeon opens, he randomly gains 1 limited time skill. The ones in the past were manageable, but this time's is especially nasty. She paused, her face serious. The limited skill he's got this time is called Phase Out. Once he activates it, for 5 seconds he's immune to 80% of both physical and magic damage. Luckily, the skill has an obvious wind-up, about 1 second. The instant you see his body turn transparent, everyone stops attacking immediately and waits until Phase Out ends. Otherwise, all your damage goes down the drain. Then Sunya looked at me. Lin Shu, we've all seen your damage. But Nightmare isn't something one person can carry. It comes down to teamwork. Here's my thinking. I'll be the main damage dealer. Sun Xingyue holds the Death Knight of the Dual Lords. The 2 priests handle the spells and healing. And you back me up on damage when the time comes. She said it earnestly. Clearly she'd already run through it many times in her head. I was silent for a moment, then asked, your strongest single target hit. How much damage does it do? Sunya considered it. 3,000. Her tone was calm, but it carried a certain pride. 3,000 in output was nothing to sneeze at her level. Sun Xingyue was startled to hear it too. Sis, your frost proficiency went up again? It's level 2 proficiency now. Sunya gave a confident little smile. Given the right conditions to attack, I can put out about 4,000 in 3 seconds. I shook my head. Your damage isn't enough. Sunya's expression froze on the spot. My tone was flat. The Death Knight's mounted form has 15,000 health, the Wailing Banshee has 8,000, and Baron Blood Moon has at least 20,000. You take 3 seconds to do 4,000. That's too slow. I'm on a clock. The moment I said it, the faces of the 3 people beside us turned truly interesting. 4,000 in 3 seconds was too slow? And on a clock? Buddy, you're not just bragging, are you? Sunya's face darkened, and the atmosphere turned a little awkward. Sun Xingyue's eyes rolled from one person to the next, and he broke in with a grin. See, that's what I said. The reason we didn't clear it last time is because your damage is low. The guy cleared Elite in 3 minutes. His output's obviously higher than yours, and you've got the nerve to have him back you up on damage. Sunya. The corner of her mouth twitched. She reached over and smacked her brother on the back of the head. Shut it. Sun Xingyue rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. His little interruption actually eased the tension. Sunya looked at me and took a deep breath. Fine. You're the main damage dealer. We'll support you. First attempt. If we fail, no big deal. We'll get in sync first. I nodded. Chun Zheng came around from behind the service desk, 5 dark red teleport passes in hand. Nightmare difficulty teleport passes. I've got them ready for you. He handed them to me. Blood Moon Cemetery on Nightmare has been brutally hard this year. Nobody in all of Qinglan continent has cleared it. If you all pull it off on the first try, forget just Jiangcheng. You'll make a name for yourselves across the entire continent. I nodded, said I'd do my best, and passed out the teleport passes one by one. The 5 of us stepped up to the teleportation array. Sun Xingyue was still psyching himself up. Glancing at me standing there so composed, he couldn't help but say, Brother Shu, no joke. Honestly, I really don't want to run this dungeon. But this time, running it with you, I'm going all in. I'll hold the line, you do the killing. If I can't hold, just go ahead and sacrifice me. I don't mind. I shot him a look and shook my head helplessly. Sacrifice only works on myself. Before the words had even finished, the light of the teleportation array flared up and swallowed the 5 of us. Back in the hall, that enormous screen lit up. Chun Zheng stood in front of it, hands clasped behind his back. A staff member beside him asked quietly, Manager, should we notify the higher-ups? No rush. Chen Zheng said, eyes fixed on the screen. Let's watch first. That's what he said, but he'd already had someone prepare a record board. A 3-minute, 38-second elite clear was worth watching this nightmare challenge himself. As the light of the array faded, I found myself standing on the stone slab ground of Blood Moon Cemetery. The air here was even fouler than on elite difficulty. Overhead, the blood moon loomed so huge it looked ready to come crashing down, its light thick as blood, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. The system's voice rang out. You have entered Blood Moon Cemetery, nightmare difficulty. Environmental effect, potent blood moon curse, 3 times the intensity of elite difficulty, stacking 1 layer of mental pollution every 10 seconds. I glanced at my status bar. The countdown had already begun. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. I raised my right hand and activated Life Shield. A crimson membrane of light instantly wrapped around my whole body. Right after, I followed up with a healing. A shimmering glow settled over me, and the mental pollution countdown in my status bar turned gray again. Behind me, Sunya and the others stepped out of the array too. Sun Qingyue had barely taken a step when he frowned. As an S-rank guardian, his mental resistance was higher than most, but the Blood Moon curse still made him uncomfortable. This godforsaken place. It's miserable every time I come here, he grumbled, then pulled a cleansing scroll from his pack and slapped it onto himself, handing another to me. I shook my head. I've got it covered. Looking at the faint crimson shield around me, Sun Qingyue didn't ask further and put the scroll away. Sunya and the 2 priests each used cleansing items of their own. Zhang Hao looked around, gripping his staff. The Blood Moon curse is way stronger than on elite. Our cleansing scrolls will last 8 minutes at most. That's enough, I said, and took my first step. The instant I lifted my foot, the first wave of monsters surged up out of the ground. Not skeletons, not ghouls, but 40 Blood Moon wraiths, densely packed and hovering in midair, all shrieking with an ear-splitting screech at once. I'd expected them, sure, but even so, these wraiths came out way too fast. Zhang Hao went white. Shit, that's a ton of wraiths. Yusin, get ready for a mass cleanse. Before he could finish, I'd already activated the water arrow aura. In an instant, a mist thick with water elements wrapped around everything. In the blink of an eye, everyone watched as countless water arrows condensed out of the mist and shot toward the wraiths all around. Sure, the Nightmare Tier wraiths had way more health than usual, but 500 damage a second was still more than these small fry could handle. Even if one of them survived that second, what about the next? Before long, the wraiths that had been packed shoulder to shoulder started dissolving in whole clumps. In less than 5 seconds, all 40 of them had evaporated, leaving a dark red haze drifting through the entire space. Zhang Hao's mouth hung open, the purification scroll still pinched between his fingers. He hadn't even gotten a chance to use it. Li Yusin froze too. Sunya stared blankly at the scene in front of her, the ice element she'd just gathered melting away as quietly as spring runoff. One shot. 40 wraiths, cleared just like that? The one enjoying this most of all was Sun Changyue. Every time he'd come into this cursed dungeon before, he'd gotten beaten so badly he wanted to cry for his mama. But this time, damn, this time I brought a carry. While everyone else was still stunned, Li Yusin was the quickest to react. She glanced at me, my skill still active, then hurriedly raised her staff. Mana prayer. A beam of blue light shot out from her palm and sank into my body. My mana started ticking back up at 5 points a second. I couldn't help being a little surprised. You know what? Teaming up really does have its perks. This party comes with its own power bank? Thanks. Li Yusin gave a little smile. Don't mention it. You do the fighting. I'll keep your mana topped off. Zhang Hao snapped out of it, pushed up his glasses, and stuffed the purification scroll back into his pocket. He stared at my back, his eyes full of complicated shock. Are sacrifice casters really this strong? Sunya gripped her spear and said nothing. When she'd heard I'd cleared it in 3 minutes and 38 seconds, she couldn't wrap her head around it. How could anyone put up a score like that? But now that she'd seen this with her own eyes, she made her peace with it. 40 wraiths, all wiped in 5 seconds. Sure, she was an SSS rank Frost Empress herself, but her AoE skill needed a cast time. Its range wasn't nearly this wide, and it took at least 2 casts to clear a group like that. Watching his sister's expression, Sun Chungyue grinned. What did I tell you? A total carry. I paid no attention to any of these reactions and just kept walking forward. The water arrow aura stayed on, the pale blue mist spreading outward with me at its center. Every step I took, monsters clawed up out of the ground, out from behind the tombstones, out of the blood fog. But most of the time, before anyone could even make out the shape of a monster, they'd already hear the sound of bones snapping apart and flesh being punched through. Everyone understood what was happening. It wasn't that they couldn't see the monsters, it was that the monsters died before they could even close the distance. Some of the tankier elite monsters could hang on for 3 or 4 seconds, but before they got anywhere near me, I'd raise a hand and one active water arrow would finish them off. After all, with a power bank following behind me, I could sling skills around like they were free. Sunya and the others had almost nothing to do. Sun Chungyue walked at the very front with his shield up, but not a single monster could get close. So out of sheer boredom, he slung the shield over his shoulder and trailed behind me like a spectator. Zhang Hao never had to spend a single purification scroll, because the Blood Moon curse couldn't stack on me at all. So, bored out of his mind, he started counting the tombstones we passed. The only one actually working was Li Yusin. She stuck right by my side, tossing out a mana prayer every few seconds, keeping my mana steadily above 80%. Her mana restore skill had a cooldown, but my aura didn't burn through mana all that fast either, so it landed right at a balance point. And that just made this insanely satisfying for me. Big monster, small monster, didn't matter, they all ate a water arrow. 1 minute and 40 seconds. All the trash mobs were cleared, and we reached the stone bridge. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. After a short breather, we entered the twin boss area. The moment the 5 of us stepped in, the Death Knight in his mounted form and the Wailing Banshee appeared at the same time. Sunya instinctively raised her spear and was about to charge. But something moved faster than she did, a blue water arrow. I raised my hand and loosed one arrow straight at the Wailing Banshee. Minus 5,000. That single hit stripped away most of the Banshee's health and knocked her straight into her second phase. The Banshee shrieked and unleashed ghost fire. 12 balls of green flame surging toward me. I didn't dodge. My life shield ate 6 of them head-on, and Sunya swept the other 6 aside with a single spear strike, then lifted her weapon to move in for the kill. But a second later, my second water arrow shot passed right beside her. The Wailing Banshee burst apart on impact. 6 seconds, and she was on the ground. It wasn't that the Banshee had low health, it was purely that I had to wait out that 3-second skill cooldown. Right then, the Death Knight spurred his warhorse and came charging. Sun Chungyue, finally with something to do, raised his shield and met the charge. Steadfast bulwark. A golden shield of light unfolded in front of him. The horse slammed into it, forcing him back 3 steps, but he managed to lock down the aggro. The Death Knight swung his two-handed sword down onto the shield, the clash of metal painfully shrill. Sun Chungyue gritted his teeth and took it head-on. Damage. Before he'd even finished the word, I'd already circled around to the Death Knight's flank. A water arrow slammed into the warhorse's ribs. Minus 5,000. With a mournful cry, the Death Knight tumbled off his mount. Sunya attacked from the other side, her spear stabbing again and again, frost freezing half the Death Knight's body solid. I followed up with 2 more water arrows. The Death Knight fell. Twin bosses down, 20 seconds. Zhang Hao stood in the back, gripping his staff so hard his palm nearly sweated through it. He'd never in his life seen a playstyle like this. No dodging, no positioning, just standing there with an aura up and pumping out damage, while the boss's health bar dropped like someone had pulled a drain plug. Sunya's sharp, spirited face was a tangle of emotions. She'd once been the great hope of her party, its absolute core damage dealer. But in this moment, she felt more like a gopher. She couldn't even compare to the support. At least Li Yusin could keep my mana up the whole time, whereas she'd had to keep her sprint on and fight tooth and nail just to snatch a single chance to attack. 2 seconds slower, and the boss would have already been dead. That gap left her deeply uncomfortable. And yet, mixed into that discomfort was a strange, indescribable feeling. This was probably exactly what Sun Chungyue meant, the joy of riding a carry. In the dungeon lobby, the timer on the screen ticked over to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Chen Jing's eyes went wide. Twin bosses cleared in 2.5 minutes? That was faster than most people cleared elite difficulty. His fingers flew across the record board, scribbling something in handwriting so messy only he could read it. A staff member beside him said in a low voice, "Director, headquarters is on the line, asking about the dungeon run." Chen Zheng didn't even look up. "Tell them we'll talk after it's done. Also, people from the Jiangxing Professionals Association are here. They say they want to observe in person." Chen Zheng lifted his head and swept his gaze over the lobby, where the crowd kept growing. Word must have leaked somehow, because plenty of professionals were already clustered in front of the screen, watching our little squad's progress. "Let them watch," Chen Zheng said. "It's not like they can see the actual details anyway." His eyes dropped back to the screen. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The 5-person squad had already entered the final boss area. The Blood Moon Baron was up ahead. Past the stone bridge, not far off, a massive pool of water came into view. Right in its center, in the spot where the blood moon shone down, lay a huge coffin. The moment the 5 of us stepped into the boss's range, a furious roar exploded out of the coffin. Then a huge figure came crawling out of it. The Blood Moon Baron stood a full 2 heads taller than the Death Knight. His dark red skin looked like it had been soaked in blood, his muscles knotted and bulging, a short-hafted war axe gripped in each hand, and both his eyes burned with deep purple flame. The system's voice sounded in my head. "Hidden boss encountered, Blood Moon Baron. Blood Moon Pact. For every 10% of health lost, attack power increases by 5%. Blood-sucking strike. Each melee hit restores 5% of maximum health. Phase shift. Enters an ethereal state, immune to 80% of physical and magical damage, lasting 5 seconds, with a 1-second wind-up." Zhang Hao sucked in a cold breath. "This thing is even nastier than the guide said." Sunya gripped her spear, knuckles white. She'd run Nightmare once before. She'd barely scraped through the twin bosses, but when she'd reached the Blood Moon Baron, she'd completely fallen apart. That terrifying strength and self-healing made every attack and every reposition a nightmare. One mistake, and it was back to square one. And that shameless phase shift made it feel downright hopeless. In the end, the whole group had to bail out of the dungeon in a mess with teleport scrolls. Sun Chungyue stood at the very front with his shield up and glanced back at me. "Shuji, how do we play this?" I didn't answer. I took 2 steps forward. The water arrow aura was already up, and pale blue ripples washed across the Baron's body. His health bar popped up, longer than a lifespan, it seemed, a full 25,000 points. At 500 a second, the aura alone would take 50 seconds to burn him down. Seeing the boss still stuck in his entrance wind-up, I didn't hesitate. I raised my hand and let fly a water arrow. The arrow struck the Baron squarely in the chest. But this time, my always reliable water arrow ran into something tough and burst into a cloud of blue mist. Minus 4,231. Not the full 5,000. His dual resistances had shaved off part of the damage. The Baron clearly hadn't expected anyone to come at him at a moment like this. He froze for a beat, then let out a low roar and charged straight at me. He was incredibly fast, twice as fast as the Death Knight. Sun Chungyue rushed to meet him, shield thrust forward. Steadfast bulwark. The golden shield of light unfolded. The Baron's first axe swing crashed down on it, and Sun Chungyue was driven back 5 steps, both feet plowing 2 furrows in the ground. Minus 119. The web of his hand split open, blood dripping down the edge of the shield, and his health bar dropped a full quarter in 1 hit. Damn, he's strong. Sun Chungyue gritted his teeth and pushed forward again. Li Yusin quickly threw a heal onto him. Seeing that, I flung the green light in my hand straight at the Baron instead. I'd originally meant to heal Sun Chungyue, but since Li Yusin had it covered, I might as well drop that heal on the Baron. After all, those 2,000 points ignored defense entirely. The green light wrapped around the Baron. Minus 2,000. Wounded again, the Baron roared and swung his second axe. Clang. Metal shrieked against metal, and the golden light on the shield dimmed by half. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of Sun Chingyue's mouth. Minus 134. By then my water arrow cooldown was up, and I raised my hand for another. 2 water arrows plus 1 heal, and the Baron's health bar was already down nearly half. Seeing things going badly, the Baron let out a furious roar, and his body began to turn transparent. He's using phase shift. Stop, Sunya shouted. Everyone held off. Sun Chungyue kept his shield up in front, but the golden light on it had already vanished. Right then, looking at the axe the Baron was once again raising high overhead, I flung a burst of green light at Sun Chungyue. The instant the green light enveloped him, his health bar filled all the way up, and the surging vitality hit him so hard he couldn't help letting out a grunt. A second later, the axe came down. This time, with no golden light to soften the blow, Sun Chungyue was sent flying, slamming into a stone pillar in the tomb chamber. The stone slab cracked, and he slid to the floor, his shield flung off to one side. Chungyue, Sunya's face changed. I'm fine. Sun Chungyue climbed up and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Good thing Lin Shu healed me. The first tick had restored 2,000 health, then 200 a second after that. In 2 seconds it had pulled him back to safe territory. As that attack ended, the Baron's phase shift also ran out, and his body faded back to its dark red color. I'd just started to raise my hand when the Baron, with nothing in his way now, charged straight up to me. At that exact moment, a wisp of bone-chilling frost burst out beside me. Sunya had arrived, spear leveled. A cold glint flashed as she jabbed at the Baron's chest, and at the same time she roared at me, "I'll tank it." But I didn't move a muscle. The war axe rose high and came slicing down toward the top of my head. Sunya, seeing this, was already bracing to bodily shove me out of the way. With her armor, she should be able to take a hit like that. But a second later, the axe blade landed on me. No clash of metal. No sound of a blade sinking into flesh. Just a soft shattering sound. The crimson shield in front of me shattered abruptly with a single wail. Bang! The mighty Blood Moon Baron was flung backward, completely out of his control. At the same time, a big damage number popped up over his head. -1,203. When the shield broke, the attacker took recoil damage equal to 10% of his own current health. A number over 1,000 meant the Blood Moon Baron still had about 10,000 health left. Punching through the shield in a single hit, that damage really was high. But, as long as I had the mana, I could stand here and play with him all afternoon. I immediately cast Life Shield again. Now upgraded to EX rank, its duration lasted longer than its cooldown. In plain terms, it was an infinite shield. Then I followed up with a heal, and my health jumped right back to full. Good news. The Baron had worked his tail off, endured all my damage, and finally shattered one shield. Bad news. That just meant I generated a brand new shield and topped off my health. I didn't hesitate for a second. The moment my skill came off cooldown, I raised my hand for another water arrow. Seeing me completely unharmed, Sunya took over Sun Chingyue's spot and charged straight at the Baron. 3 seconds later, after Sunya had painstakingly ground 4,000 off the Baron's health, my final water arrow arrived right on schedule. The Baron's health bar hit 0. His body seized up, and the 2 balls of purple fire in his eye sockets went out. The war axes slid from his hands and crashed to the ground, and then his whole body collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dark red dust. The Blood Moon Cemetery went quiet. Sun Chungyue sat on the floor, mouth open, having forgotten to even pick up his shield. Sunya stood there with her spear, staring blankly at the once invincible Baron who'd just died right in front of her. Zhang Hao finally finished casting his purification, but the target was already gone. Coming back to herself, Sunya turned to look at me. "Why didn't you dodge just now?" "Didn't need to," I said. I glanced at my own health, then at my mana, and shut off the water arrow aura. Never mind the shield, with health like mine, so what if the Baron got in 3 swings? Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations on clearing the Blood Moon Cemetery, Nightmare difficulty. Clear rating, SSS. Solo damage share, 91%. Damage taken share, 37%. Clear time, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Experience gained, 8,000 points, leveled up from 13 to 17, all attributes plus 12. Obtained 1 Nightmare Dungeon Treasure Chest. Bonus reward, S-Rank Skill Book, Blood Moon Pact." I took a look at that Blood Moon Pact. Its effect, in a Blood Moon environment, summon a Blood Moon clone that inherits 30% of the caster's attributes, lasting 60 seconds. I frowned. It might be S-Rank, but the restrictions were brutal. It could only be summoned in a Blood Moon environment. No telling how much I could even sell it for. I crouched down and opened the chest. An A-rank purple chest plate, a pair of A-rank purple boots, and a B-rank blue necklace. The stats were solid, but it was all warrior gear, useless to me. I turned to the others. This gear, any of you want it? Sunya shook her head. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin both said no too. After all, whether it was tanking or damage, I'd basically done the whole run, so they felt too embarrassed to reach for a share. Sun Chungyue got up, brushed the dust off himself, and came over for a look. Shuji, you selling? Yeah. I'll take it, he said. Market price. I promise you won't get shortchanged. I nodded and handed him the 3 pieces. Sun Chungyue took them, didn't even glance at the stats, and just casually asked, Shuji, are you really short on money? I stayed silent for a second, then didn't deny it. Yeah, something came up with my family. Sun Chungyue didn't press further. He stashed the gear in his pack, then pulled out a card from inside his jacket and handed it over. This is 500,000. Plus the 500,000 deposit from before, that's $1 million total. It's the reward for clearing Nightmare. It was always yours to have. I looked at the card without taking it and frowned. The deal we agreed on was 500,000. That was the old price. Sun Chunghua pressed the card into my hand. You're the guy who got the first ever Nightmare clear now. The price is different. Take it, don't be shy with me. Looking at the card he'd forced into my hand, a bit of warmth stirred in my chest. Thanks. Sun Chunghua waved it off and said nothing more. The teleporter ray lit up, and the 5 of us left the dungeon. In the dungeon lobby, the timer on the screen had stopped at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The place exploded. First ever Nightmare clear. 3 minutes 12 seconds. Who? Which squad? Lin Shu. It's that sacrifice caster from yesterday. Sacrifice caster? Him again. The whole lobby was like a pot boiling over. Chun Zheng stood in front of the screen, the hands he'd been holding behind his back now dropping to his sides, his fingers trembling faintly. He'd witnessed plenty of first clears, but none had ever felt this unreal to him. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Nightmare difficulty. This record probably wouldn't be broken in 5 years. No, 10. When we walked out of the passage, every pair of eyes in the room landed on us. That's the sacrifice caster. He traded his life for that first clear. A few professionals lowered their voices as they spotted me. It wasn't just them. Even those big shots from the Professionals Association, not far off, clearly paused as their gazes swept over me. So that's the SSS rank sacrifice caster. No wonder he was so fast. Well, at least the first clear stayed here in our Jiangcheng. Shame though, an SSS rank profession, and burning through so much of himself so young. He probably won't make it far down the road. A few of the big shots clapped while trading quiet opinions with the people beside them. We reached the front desk and quickly finished registering. We were about to leave. Lin Shu, Sunya called out to me. She walked over and hesitated. If you ever need help, get in touch with me. Or with my brother. I nodded. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin came over too, each adding me as a friend. Zhang Hao's expression was a little complicated. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, all he managed was, let's add each other. Maybe we'll team up again sometime. Li Yusin finished adding me, glanced at me, and suddenly asked, it's strange, you're a sacrifice caster, but your life force is even more vigorous than a warrior's. I looked at her. She gave a faint, mysterious smile. It's my talent. I'm pretty sensitive to life force. Her voice was soft, meant only for the 2 of us to hear. So don't worry about what any of those people say. Just be yourself. Good luck. With that, she left the lobby with an encouraging smile. After everyone had gone, Sun Chungyue pulled me over to a corner of the lobby and dug 3 skill books out of his pack. Time was tight, so this is all I could find. I took them and skimmed through. F-rank skill, life diversion, exclusive to sacrifice casters. Effect, consume 10% of current health to restore 30% of mana. C-rank skill, soul sense, exclusive to sacrifice casters. Effect, sense the exact position and health of all living beings within 500 meters, ignoring obstacles. B-rank skill, Frost Nova. Effect, release a frost blast centered on yourself, dealing 300 damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius and freezing them for 2 seconds. Even from a quick glance, my eyes lit up. Life diversion was exactly what I needed. Mana had always been my weak spot. The water arrow aura burned 5 mana a second, and 100 mana didn't last long. With this skill, I could trade health for mana, and health was the one thing I never ran short of. I could even keep myself topped off endlessly, healing myself in a perpetual loop, always at full status. As for the other two, one was basically X-ray vision, the other basically hard crowd control. No need to say more. I looked up at Sun Chunghua. How much? Money? What money? Sun Chunghua waved his hand. These are a gift. No. Seeing how firm I was, Sun Chunghua didn't force the gift. Fine, cost price. 10,000 for all three, package deal. At that price, it might as well have been free. A single B-rank skill book went for at least 100,000 on the market. I didn't argue, just nodded and tucked the skill books into my pack. Sun Chunghua pulled another card out of his jacket and pressed it into my hand. Another 500,000. Looking at that familiar card, I couldn't help a wry smile. Are you using this thing as your business card? Sun Chunghua grinned. A smart rabbit keeps 3 burrows, you know? I like to spread my money around. Then he pressed the card in tighter, his tone turning rare and serious. Shuji, I don't know what happened with your family, and I won't ask. But you need money, and I happen to have some to spare. Take this 500,000 for now, and tell me if it's not enough. Don't be shy, just think of it as an investment. With skills like yours, you'll make 500,000 back in no time. I looked at the card, was silent for 3 seconds, and took it. Chunghua, thanks. Don't thank me. Sun Chunghua smiled. It's an investment. Just remember to pay me back someday. I nodded. He patted my shoulder, turned, and walked off. I watched his back and said nothing. After that, I borrowed a VIP lounge, opened the 3 skill books, and learned them one by one. The system's voice sounded in succession. Life Diversion, F rank, learned. Soul Sense, C rank, learned. Frost Nova, B rank, learned. I didn't rush to sacrifice enhance them. After all, my skill slots only numbered 6. I couldn't just enhance every book the moment I saw one. By the time I finished learning and walked out of the lobby, a faint dusk had crept over the horizon, and the reward for the first clear had already landed in my account. I sent my mother a message. Mom, I've got enough money. Tomorrow I'll go to the hospital and settle the compensation. 3 seconds later, my mother replied with a single word. Okay. I slipped my phone into my pocket and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside an executive class sedan, Sun Chunghua looked over the file his people had dug up on Lin Shu, his face grim. So that's why Lin Shu is so hard up for money. What's wrong? Seeing her brother's expression, Sunya asked, puzzled. Take a look at this. Sun Chunghua handed her the report. A moment later, Sunya's face turned cold as frost, and she slammed the report to the ground. There's really stuff like this going on? I'll have someone look into it right now. The corner of Sun Chunghua's mouth curled into a cold smile. I know I love calling you the deputy mayor, but at the end of the day, you're not the real mayor. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. The call was picked up after 2 rings. What's this? Not busy with those little side hustles of yours? What made you think to call me? Listening to the voice on the other end, Sun Chunghua gave a cold snort. Forget about my little side hustles, Mayor Sunday. That reputation and that position you've worked so hard to protect are about to melt away like a scoop of ice cream. A brand new SSS rank sacrifice caster has turned up here in Jiangxing. Did you know that? In the middle of a meeting, Sun Lingtian frowned, phone in hand, and stepped out of the conference room. I know. Oh, you know, do you? Sun Chunghua went on, dripping with sarcasm. Then do you know that here in Jiangxing, an SSS rank sacrifice caster can barely survive? What do you mean? Sun Chunghua snorted coldly, looking down at the report in his hand. I mean, an SSS rank professional not only had his records held hostage by his school under all kinds of pretenses, he couldn't even collect his professional certification. And after he awakened, his parents somehow ended up saddled with a lawsuit out of nowhere. What on earth happened? So very hard to guess, isn't it, Mayor's son? He paused. I really can't imagine. If a headline like this ran in tomorrow's paper, SSS rank sacrifice caster who gave half his life for Jiangxing's glory can't even survive in Jiangxing. My dear old man, how exactly do you plan to handle that? Hearing all this from his son, Sun Lingtian shot to his feet. This son of his might not be fond of training and might be a bit of a wild card, but he'd never been one to spout nonsense. And the impact of a headline like that was simply too great. If it actually ran in one of Jiangqing's dailies, or even without a daily, just spreading around online, his political career might well take a serious hit. He hung up and immediately turned to his secretary. Look into someone named Lin Shu for me. He's Jiangqing's other SSS rank professional. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, I'd already calmed my parents down and I walked over to the window alone. Looking out at the brilliantly lit world outside, I pulled out my phone and checked my balance. Counting the money from the gear I'd sold Sun Chungyue, it came to over 4,200,000. More than enough to compensate the dead man's family and the injured parties. At that thought, I couldn't help lowering my brow. I knew this was a trap someone had set for me, but right now there was nothing to be done. As galling as it was to hand over this money, I had to get my parents out from under this mess first. Just then, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Then came a knock at the door. The hospital director pushed the door open with a fawning look on his face and turned to introduce the man behind him. Mayor's son, these are Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiumei. I looked past the director. A lean, capable-looking man strode in. Dark gray jacket, hair combed without a single strand out of place, eyes very bright. Hearing the director's introduction, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiumei both froze. The director quickly took a step forward, his voice low but clear. Brother Lin, Sister Wang, this is son Lingtian, the mayor of Jiangqing. He's come specially to check on you. Lin Ziyuan nearly slid off the edge of the bed. Wang Xiumei instinctively stood up, flustered as she tried to smooth her hair. Ma, mayor's son. Lin Ziyuan's voice shook. Son Lingtian waved a hand, signaling that they needn't get up. His gaze swept the room and landed on me, standing by the window, exactly like the photo his secretary had provided. You're Lin Shu. I frowned slightly. No way. Had Li Jianya actually managed to pull strings with the mayor himself? 100 thoughts raced through my mind in an instant, but I still took a deep breath. Yes. Son Lingtian looked me over, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Then he turned back, first offering my parents his sympathies, asking a few words about their health, and only then said, Brother Lin, I came here for 2 reasons. 1, to check on you. 2, to see Lin Shu. Lin Shu has really made us proud. The squad he led became the first in our Jiangcheng, and in all of Qinglan continent, to clear a nightmare-tier dungeon. Hearing this, the Lin couple were both thrilled and heartbroken. If it weren't for their own troubles, their son would never have been driven to take on such a dangerous dungeon. As if he'd seen right through the elderly couple's thoughts, son Lingtian offered a few more comforting words before turning to me. A young hero indeed, truly a fine young talent of our Jiangqing. Son Lingtian smiled and gave a light tease, then stood up. Brother Lin, do you mind if I have a few words with Lin Shu? Lin Ziyuan looked at me. I gave a small smile. I'll be right back. In the dim corridor, with a scrape, a flame flared up. Son Lingtian lit a cigarette and casually offered me one. Smoke. I shook my head. Good that you don't. Not like that son of mine, who's got the whole tobacco and liquor package. He took a deep drag, gazing out the window, fingers tapping lightly on the sill. Lin Shu, student at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, awakened as an SSS rank sacrifice caster, then threatened by the principal to hand over your subsidy. After you refused, they held back your professional trial eligibility. So, to get your professional license, you went into the dungeons alone, 1 minute 24 on normal, 3 minutes 38 on elite, 3 minutes 12 on nightmare. All of them solo except nightmare, and every single one rated SSS. He paused, took a deep breath, and looked me in the eyes. I've got that right, haven't I? I said nothing. Son Lingtian looked at me with a solemn expression, then bent slightly at the waist. He actually gave me a bow. I'm sorry. As mayor, I failed in my duty. My oversight wasn't good enough, and that's why all of this happened. Right here, I apologize to you. As for the injustices done to you personally, I've already had people take care of them. As he spoke, he took a folder from his secretary, opened it, and handed it to me. Inside were several documents. The first, a professional qualification certification application, already stamped, SSS rank professional certification. The second, an investigation report on the misconduct of Jiangqing No. 1 High School's principal, Li Jianguo, suspended from his post effective immediately, pending internal review by the education system. The third, A supplementary statement on the liability determination for the Jiangxing chemical explosion. Based on the testimony of multiple witnesses, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiaomei were found to bear no direct responsibility, and the original determination was revoked. Looking at these documents, my heart churned with a tangle of emotions. These were things that had once crushed me, left me helpless. And yet now, a few sheets of paper had settled all of them. But I quickly noticed something off about the documents, and I lifted my head. What about Li Jianya? Sun Lingtian looked a little surprised, studying me as I stood there, neither servile nor overbearing. You get right to the point. I gave a small smile. Mayor's son, you've dug into this so thoroughly. I don't believe you'd overlook the most important person in the whole thing. Sun Lingtian smiled too. Not the polite, perfunctory kind. He genuinely found it interesting. We're already investigating Li Jianya. But from what we've got so far, it doesn't look good. He's clean, at least on paper. He was only a shareholder in the factory. The liability for the accident can be pinned on the specific workers on duty, and there's no solid evidence to prove he coerced anyone into not testifying for your father. He took a drag, his gaze falling on me sharp as a hawk's. Of course, if you insist on punishing him, whether commercially or professionally, we can always dig up some fault. But from what I've observed of you, a mosquito bite kind of punishment like that probably wouldn't be enough to satisfy you, would it? The corridor fell silent for a few seconds. Your life force is vigorous. Not at all like the rumors say. Someone who lost half his life just to clear a dungeon, Sun Lingtian said. That's why I have high hopes for you. He stubbed out the cigarette. There's such a thing as justice in this world, and such a thing as fairness. But when all's said and done, this is a world where the strong rule. If you want to reclaim what's fair, the only way is to get stronger. He patted my shoulder. Don't worry, from now on, no one will move against you out in the open. In the shadows, you may need to stay on guard. Work hard and get stronger. Jiangcheng isn't short on rich people, isn't short on powerful people. What it's short on are people who can hold up the stage. I hope you'll be that person. With that, he said goodbye to my parents and left. When he reached the doorway, he stopped, turned back, and said to me, that good-for-nothing son of mine is always tinkering with all sorts of odds and ends. But I have to admit, he's got a good eye. The door closed. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. In the hospital room, Lin Ziyuan and Wang Xiaomei were still sitting at the edge of the bed. The two of them exchanged a glance, their eyes full of bewilderment and disbelief. Lin Ziyuan opened his mouth, and in the end, all he could get out was, Xiao Shu, the mayor. The mayor came in person? Yeah. Those things he said, what did they mean? They mean this whole thing is behind us. I set the folder on the bedside table. Dad, Mom, you two are in the clear. Wang Xiaomei's tears finally fell. She grabbed my hand, crying so hard she couldn't speak. Lin Ziyuan turned his face away, his shoulders trembling. I didn't cry. I stood there, holding my mother's hand, watching my father's shaking back, and a feeling I couldn't quite name welled up inside me. Not happiness, not relief, but something heavier. Strength. That was the foundation of everything. Thinking about it now, that Sun Lingtian mentioned at the end must have been Sun Changyue. I never would have guessed that the little peddler who liked to hawk gear at the lobby door was actually the mayor's son. Then again, if I hadn't had strength of my own, even running into Sun Changyue probably wouldn't have gotten me the outcome I had today. Recalling what Sun Lingtian had said just now, I rubbed my fingers together. Before long, a text came through on my phone, Jiangxing Professionals Association. Dear Mr. Lin Shu, your professional qualification certification has passed review. Certification rank, SSS. Certification number, ZY 2035-0001. For details, please log in to our official website. With this certification, I could claim my rewards. I didn't dwell on it and put my phone away. At the same time, in the offices of the Jianya Group, the ashtray in front of Li Jianya was piled high with cigarette butts. He'd just gotten word. Jiangxing No. 1's principal had been removed from his post and was under investigation, and his lawyer had sent word that Sun Lingtian had personally looked into Lin Shu's case, and the factory workers who'd been too scared to speak up had all changed their tune and testified. Then came the calls from the group's other shareholders, one after another. Clearly, that so-called little nuisance Sun Lingtian had spoken of was no little nuisance at all. To businessmen like them, It was practically a full-blown crisis. This whole thing had gone beyond what he'd anticipated. He hadn't expected Lin Shu to actually be willing to burn it all down, sacrificing a huge chunk of his life to earn that shot at a first clear and drawing the attention of the people up top. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Li Jianya stubbed out his last cigarette, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Xiao Hao, how are things on your end? On the other end, Li Hao's voice was tight. Dad, the school forum leaked everything about Lin Shu. Uncle got taken away too, and someone came to question me just now. I dealt with it the way you told me to. Good. Li Jianya cut him off. Don't do anything. Don't say anything. Keep a low profile for a while. Dad, so what do we do about Lin Shu? I'll handle Lin Shu. Li Jianya's tone was calm. He's just a student who barely awakened. How big a wave can he make? Sun Lingtian can protect him for a while, but not for a lifetime. He hung up, stood, and walked to the window. Just then another call came in. Mr. Li, Lin Shu's parents have already resigned. Understood. I rented a hotel near the hospital. After washing up, I lay on the soft, big bed and looked at the balance on my phone. $4,230,000. I'd been fretting over having to hand over $3 million, but it was different now. These $4 million plus were all genuinely, solidly mine. Never mind now. Even in my past life, I'd never laid eyes on this much money. Still, thinking about all the money being a professional cost, I couldn't help shaking my head helplessly. Looks like a lot, but it burns fast. Early on, thanks to my rapport with Sun Chengyue, he'd helped me get some skills at a half-price, half-gift deal. But I couldn't just keep mooching forever. Debts of gratitude still had to be repaid. At that thought, I picked up my phone and sent Sun Chengyue a message. Chengyue, thanks for everything these past couple of days. The reply came instantly. Shuji, why so formal with me? Your business is my business. Not the same. Money can be tallied up, but a favor deserves thanks. The next time you'd better treat me to a good meal and go all out. Oh right, Shuji, there's something I've got to tell you. Remember what I said before about the leaderboard? I recalled how, during my first deal with Sun Chengyue, I'd wanted a passive skill, and he'd said passive skills were hard to come by. Only the dungeon lobby had them. I remember. The settlement time isn't here yet, but Director Chen already told me. You can go pick one tomorrow. I paused. Is that okay to do? Technically, no. The settlement isn't in, nothing's locked yet. And what if some dark horse comes charging out? But whether it's me or Director Chen, we both figure the darkest dark horse still couldn't beat our score. You know what the second place clear time for the Nightmare Tier dungeon is? That, I honestly hadn't paid attention to. How long? 38 minutes. Our speed leaves them in the dust by more than 10 times over. Never mind the next few days. This record won't be broken for 3 years. Looking at the meme Sun Chengyue sent, I had to laugh too. So Director Chen said, since the professional trials are about to start anyway, we might as well hand it to you early. Works for me. After all, it was a passive skill. The sooner I got it, the sooner I could plan out my skill build. Seeing me agree, Sun Chengyue got right to it. All right then. 10 a.m. tomorrow. See you at the lobby. I set down my phone, closed my eyes, and began breathing hard and steady. I used to think each breath restored my health pretty fast, but as my level climbed and my skills piled up, this little 10,000 or so health pool of mine was starting to feel not quite enough. After all, the higher a skills level, the more health it took to sacrifice enhance it. In a way, I guess that counted as a happy kind of problem. Amid the rhythm of that steady breathing, I gradually drifted off into a deep sleep. 10 a.m. the next morning, the dungeon lobby. Sun Chengyue was already there, wearing a new jacket, hair gelled, looking a good deal more spirited. He held 2 cups of coffee, and the moment he saw me, he waved excitedly. Shuji, over here. As he said it, he held out the iced Americano in his hand. I waved it off. I had breakfast this morning, and I don't really like this stuff. Sun Chengyue lifted his own iced Americano and took a sip. Honestly, I don't like it either. Mostly I just carry it to look the part, and it helps keep me awake. With that, he headed straight inside. Come on, Director Chen's waiting in his office. The two of us cut across the lobby and went up to the second floor. Chen Jing's office door was open, and he was sitting behind his desk reading a document. Sun Chengyue called out breezily, Chenji, busy? And casually pushed the coffee he'd meant to give me over in front of Chen Zheng. Chen Zheng looked up, glanced at the coffee in front of him, and smiled. So formal with me? Come, have a seat. He took a black metal box out of the drawer and opened it. Inside lay 3 skill books. Passive skills don't take up a skill slot, so they're incredibly precious. These 3 C-rank books were all that the entire dungeon hall had to offer. He pushed the box across the table toward me. Take a look. Which one do you want? Hearing that, I looked at the 3 skill books in the box. Toughness, C-rank passive. Boosts health regeneration. When health drops below half, the regen doubles. Agility, C-rank passive. Increases agility by 10%. Bloodthirst, C-rank passive. Grants 5% life steal when attacking or defending. Resources here at the dungeon hall are limited. They're all C-rank, sure, but they're the best we've got, Chenjing said. Qinglong Continent has higher tier ones, but the settlement window hasn't opened yet. With your scores, though, even if you're not first, top 3 is a lock. Sun Chungyue butted in from the side, loud and careless. Odds are it's first place. 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Even if you put me behind the wheel of a tank and told me to plow through, I couldn't post a time like that. Chenjing shook his head with a smile. The score really was absurd beyond reason. As for me, by the time I finished reading all 3 descriptions, I already had my answer. I'll take toughness. My health regeneration could never keep pace with how fast I was burning through it. Sometimes I'd forget to heal myself for just a second, and my health would drop hundreds of points below my max. So a regen boost like toughness was a must-grab for me. As for agility and bloodthirst, they looked useful, but they were only SOSO for me. I don't dodge around at all, so agility was wasted on me. And bloodthirst was even more useless. One cast of a healing spell dwarfs whatever that tiny life steal could give. Chenjing wasn't the least bit surprised by my choice. Sacrificers almost always go for anything that raises health. He pushed toughness forward. Sun Chungyue picked bloodthirst and grabbed an agility for his older sister while he was at it. Thanks, Manager Chun. Handing out rewards early broke the rules to begin with, and his willingness to make an exception for us was really about giving us time to adjust. Chenjing waved it off with a smile. Don't thank me. Thank yourselves. I've held this position for 12 years and handled tens of thousands of awakened professionals. You're the first ones to make me pick up the phone and personally file a request to release rewards ahead of schedule. Sun Chungyue really knew how to work a room. Don't you worry, Manager Chun. My man Shu here is going to set way more than just this one record. You'd better be ready. Keep the bonuses and rewards prepped in advance. Chenjing's smile grew even wider. Then I'd better go request a bigger budget. At the end of the day, all these record-breaking scores counted toward his own track record. The group chatted a while longer, then Sun Chungyue and I got up to say our goodbyes. Once we were out of the hall, Sun Chungyue dragged me toward the mall next door. Come on, come on. You wore yourself out all day yesterday. Today we relax properly. I didn't refuse. I owed him for these past 2 days. By any measure, it was only right to treat him. I picked a high-end restaurant. Once it was just the 2 of us in the private room, Sun Chungyue dropped the grin and his tone turned serious. Shu, your SSS rank profession certification should have come through by now, right? I gave a small nod. It has. Thanks to your help. Sun Chungyue shook his head, smiling. Saying it was all thanks to me would just be me taking credit I don't deserve. I just didn't want the reputation my old man worked so hard to build to melt away like a scoop of ice cream. And honestly, on this one, if you hadn't blown things wide open, if my dad's reputation weren't already in ruins, he'd owe you a bow to the ground. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Sun Lingtian kept calling him a worthless son. None of this is on you guys. If anyone's to blame, it's Li Jianguo. But as for Li Jianya's side, I'll handle that myself when the time comes. Sun Qinghua looked like he wanted to say more, but he swallowed it and smiled. Well, since you've got your own plans, Shu, I'll keep my mouth shut. But now that your certification's in, you can go into the profession trial without a hitch. I turned to look at him. This so-called profession trial was, plainly put, a chance for professionals with low awakening ranks to turn things around, and at the same time, a re-evaluation of the higher-ranked ones. The trial opens in 5 days, if I remember right. Right. Sun Qinghua nodded. Same time nationwide. Every city launches simultaneously. These few open days in between are for professionals to get familiar with their class, put together their skill loadouts, and grind their levels up as much as possible. He paused, then went on. The profession trial splits into two types, team and solo. Team is still 5 to a squad. You form your own group, and you enter a special dungeon. Still divided into normal, elite, and nightmare. But this time there's an extra inferno difficulty. You're scored based on the difficulty you clear. As he spoke, he glanced around, leaned in, and lowered his voice. This time Qinglan Continent's team dungeon is called the Ghost Fortress. Word is it's even harder than the nightmare-level Blood Moon Graveyard. As for the solo trial, Sun Qingyue's eyes flickered, and his tone sank. That takes place in an abandoned astral battlefield. My chopsticks paused mid-motion over the dish. The astral battlefield? The one from the textbooks? Of course. Sun Qingyue set his chopsticks down too. The textbooks say that 300 years ago, the astral battlefield opened, creatures from another world invaded Blue Star, and all of humanity awakened their professions. In blood and fire, humanity fought those otherworldly beings for a full 30 years before finally scraping out a win. But what the textbooks don't tell you is, those otherworldly creatures were never all wiped out. They were only driven back. His tone turned uncharacteristically grave. The energy left over on the battlefield back then formed countless spatial fragments, and those fragments became the dungeons we have today. Blue Star has been at peace for so long that a lot of people think the monsters inside dungeons are fake, things dreamed up by the dungeon hall or by high-rank professionals. But those monsters are all real. Every one of them was once a living, breathing, otherworldly creature. They've just been pinned into a set territory by the dungeon rules. When we run dungeons, we're really burrowing back into those spatial fragments to clean out the leftover threats. I was quiet for a few seconds. So the solo trial sends me into the astral battlefield alone. Well, not just you alone. Every trial taker goes in together. It's never been done before. A hint of mystery crossed Sun Qingyue's face. I asked my old man about it privately. But even at his level, he doesn't know the whole truth. All he'd say is, the otherworldly creatures might be about to make a comeback. To get this new generation of professionals ready in advance, the higher-ups decided to reactivate that abandoned astral battlefield because it's the most primal battlefield site there is. The upside? It's a ruin, so there's plenty of good stuff left behind. The downside is just as simple. There's no rule protection there. If you die for real. He looked into my eyes. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. People with weak awakened professions can turn their lives around through the trial. And those who awakened outstanding professions to begin with, as long as they prove themselves in the trial, they get a bigger share of resources. Sun Qingyue paused. Shu, your sacrificer is SSS rank, but that's just the rank you were born with. It still qualifies you for a subsidy, sure, but it's a long way from the truly scarce resources. If you can earn a trial rating that matches your profession rank, though, that's when you go from being a Jiangxing name to a real great Xia name. I felt more settled now. Judging someone's whole future by their innate profession really was too arbitrary. If someone awakened an S or even SS plus rank profession, collected the subsidy, and then just coasted, wouldn't that waste national resources? But flip it around. If someone awakened a lousy profession yet was willing to grind their skills to the bone and slowly build up their edge, sealing their fate with a single certificate would be just as unfair. When you got down to it, this was basically the professional's college entrance exam. So the profession trial is everyone's chance to rewrite their destiny. Exactly. Sun Qingyue nodded. So what are you thinking for the team side, Shu? I gathered my thoughts. I don't really have any strong preference. If you want to team up, I'm fine with that. The team event required forming a group, and I barely knew anyone anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been soloing dungeons before. Besides, the last time we cleared the Blood Moon Graveyard together, the group's coordination was pretty smooth. Hearing that, Sun Qingyue broke into a grin. Then it settled. First off, I'll admit it, your strength leaves the rest of us in the dust, Shu. You'll obviously be the one carrying the team's contribution, so getting to team up with you is us riding your coattails. So here's what I'm thinking. We keep the original crew, but there's got to be pay for joining the team. As for dungeon loot, you still get first pick. You take 60%, and the four of us split the rest evenly. Also, there's this. As he spoke, Sun Qingyue pulled several exquisite pieces of jewelry out of his storage space. These are from Zhang Hao. He felt he didn't pull much weight in that last dungeon and still got to piggyback on a world-first clear, so it's been eating at him. Consider it also his apology for the little grudge he had against sacrificers. I looked at the pieces of jewelry. Each one gave off the blue glow of B rank, and one of them even shimmered with a purple light. These 4 pieces alone were probably worth close to $1 million. Accessories were the priciest tier of gear to begin with, and with the trial season on, prices had shot even higher. Everyone pulled their weight in that last clear. I started, meaning to decline. Sun Chunghua cut me off in one breath. Bro, do not turn this down. Honestly, I was already a little put out that he didn't cough up a full set of A-rank accessories. The Blood Moon Graveyard is the kind of thing that goes down in history, and the team trial is a big deal for your future. The kid gets to grab hold of a heavyweight like you, and he's still being stingy. But at least these are a matched set, so it's a genuine gesture. If you don't take them, he'll be too embarrassed to even join the squad. I gave a helpless little laugh. Oh, and there's this too. Sun Chunghua took out a whole pile of stuff. Some consumables, and a pair of A-rank boots with a movement speed boost. Those are from Li Yusin. Don't stand on ceremony with this either. None of us are hurting for this kind of thing. As for weapons and other gear, leave that to me and my sister to sort out. Looking at the dazzling heap in front of me, plus that pair of deep purple boots, I smiled. Not one of these second-generation kids was a fool. With my current strength, anyone teaming up with me really would benefit, but people who knew how to handle things could make even that feel good. I'd been sitting here wondering whether my 4 million plus would be enough to kit out a full set of gear at a time like this, and before I could say a single word, they delivered the whole thing right to my doorstep. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Now that's more like it. Sun Chunghua smiled. I immediately pinned down one more thing. The Ghost Fortress, harder than the Blood Moon. Harder. Word is it's the hardest team dungeon there's ever been. The official line is that the projected Nightmare level clear rate is under 5%, and for Inferno level, you might not even find one person in 100 who can beat it. Then we'd better prepare properly. I stood up. Sun Chunghua, already full, tried to snatch the bill, but I blocked him with one hand and shoved it back. In the elevator, Sun Chunghua suddenly spoke up. Shu, aren't you scared? I'm okay. Even if the 5 of us can't speed clear, we'll grind it out and find a way eventually. I thought he was asking about the team trial and answered offhandedly. But Sun Chunghua shook his head. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the solo trial. That one really does kill people. I was silent for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. Saying I'm not scared would be a lie. But like you said, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. At that same moment, on the top floor of the Jiangxing Chemical Office building, Li Jianya sat on the sofa, a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea in front of him, wisps of fragrance curling up. Across from him sat Li Hao, wearing an ugly expression. Uncle, Lin Shu's profession certification came through. SSS rank, valid nationwide, Li Hao said, his voice tight. My uncle's already been suspended. I know. Li Jianya lifted his teacup and blew away the froth. It was only a matter of blocking one student. Even with Mayor's son stepping in personally, it's just dismissal and investigation. Once this blows over, I'll work things back into place. Li Hao drew a deep breath. Then, as for Lin Shu, Li Jianya took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and his gaze drifted toward the window. Sun Lingtian stepped in himself, so I can't touch Lin Shu right now. But that doesn't mean I never can. He turned his head to look at Li Hao. I paid a hefty sum to get intel out of Qinglan Continent. This trial isn't the same little skirmishing as before. They're really going into the abandoned astral battlefield. The astral battlefield? Li Hao blurted out. Dad, isn't that where you got your start back in the... Before he could finish, Li Jianya whipped his head around, and the cold in his eyes was chilling. Li Hao realized he'd said too much and shut his mouth at once. Li Jianya's expression eased. Some things that shouldn't be said, you rot them in your gut and never speak them. He paused. If this trial were like the usual ones, held inside an ordinary dungeon, then I truly wouldn't have a way. But now they're going into the abandoned astral battlefield, and that gives me an opening. After all, the astral battlefield is that dangerous. A death or two, isn't that the most normal thing in the world? A smile crept onto Li Hao's face too. The truth was, Li Jianya had built his fortune on that very abandoned astral battlefield. Years ago, he'd stumbled onto a dungeon that, of all things, hid a passage leading to the abandoned astral battlefield. He'd dredged up plenty of good gear from the battlefield, sold it on the black market, and turned that into his first pot of gold. From there, he'd risen fast, building it step by step into the Jianya group of today. Later, once he'd made it big, he quietly bought that dungeon and hid it away. At that thought, Li Hao's head jerked up. Dad, could I also? A flicker of pity and anger crossed Li Jianya's eyes. Grieved that he wouldn't rise, furious that he wouldn't fight. You think the regulators are all fools? You want me to send people in to farm you a good score? Seeing his scheme exposed, Li Hao lowered his head. Li Jianya drew a deep breath. After all, it was his own son, and his tone softened a little. Xiao Hao, it's not that I don't want to help you. First, the risk of exposure is too great. Second, I can't prop you up your whole life. You have to grow up eventually. A family enterprise this size will fall to you to carry on. I couldn't get you an SSS rank certificate, but you're an S-rank profession yourself. You're not any worse off than most. As long as you fight your hardest, then even if you lose, I'll accept it. Li Hao bit his lip. I understand. Go on. Li Jianya waved his hand. The squad I put together for you is already waiting outside. After Li Hao left, Li Jianya returned to his desk and stared at the files the private investigator had just sent over, along with Lin Shu's photo. He mulled it over for a long while before slowly letting out a single line. Lin Shu, I can't let you live. A young man who could threaten the principal right back in the face of his threats, who rose to prominence with startling speed in the shortest of times, and who shattered the careful trap Li Jianya had laid. In temperament, in potential, Lin Shu was too great a threat. From a businessman's point of view, if he hadn't gone after Lin Shu's parents in the first place, then coming now to apologize and mend the relationship might have been the smartest play. But from the investigator's findings, and from Li Jianya's own read on Lin Shu, this kid wasn't the kind of soft persimmon who'd let it go. All he could say was, the young man really did have talent. But talent, before it fully matures, is nothing. A sapling can be snapped by a single gust of wind. Meanwhile, I had returned to the hotel and opened my skill panel. In 5 days, I'd be entering the astral battlefield, so I had to get myself into peak condition. Professional, Lin Shu. Profession, EX rank destined sacrificer. Level 17. Health, 24,213. Max 24,523. Mana, 250. Strength, 63. Agility, 64. Ordinary people only have 10. Luck, A rank. Skill slots, 4 of 6 filled. EX rank sacrifice. F rank healing, already advanced to EX. Water arrow EX. Life shield EX. In the equipment slots, helmet, weapon, and armor were all still empty. 5 accessory slots were full, a complete violet set, and the boots slot was full too. The bonuses from that 5-piece violet set were considerable. Mana regen doubled, health regen up by 1 times, all element damage up 10%, and an extra 2 points of charm. Each piece had its own bonuses too, mostly boosting health and spirit resistance. Only that A-rank violet ring was a bit special. Charm +1, luck +1. I'd often heard that accessories could grant hidden stats, and today I saw it for myself. There were even ones that added charm and luck. No wonder Sun Chengyue said this 4-piece set was a good one. Then I looked at the A-rank piece on my feet. Spirit Wind Boots, A+ rank, agility up 10%, plus 2 special effects. One was called Sure-Footed. No matter the terrain, I could walk it as easily as flat ground. The other was called Spirit Wind. By spending mana, I could greatly boost my agility and running speed, and while jumping I could ride the wind to briefly hang in the air. I looked at those effects, my eyes full of surprise. I hadn't expected gear to enhance skills like this. No wonder the boots purple was clearly far deeper than the violet sets. Remembering Li Yusin's frail, delicate demeanor, and how generous her gift had turned out to be, then thinking back to Sun Qingyue's words, I couldn't help but marvel. Good grief, each one more lavish than the last. Before, the Spirit Wind Boots would have done little for me. How far could you really run inside a dungeon? But now, with the solo trial coming, and in the abandoned astral battlefield no less, the boots' usefulness came into focus. If I ever ran into something I couldn't handle, at least I could run a little faster. Having finished with the gear, I pulled up all my skills. Once I hit level 10, I'd gained an extra skill slot. At level 15, I'd gained another 50 mana. The thing giving me the biggest headache right now was that the skills in hand had already overrun my skill slots. First, Life Diversion, F rank, spends 10% of current health to restore 30% of mana. This one had to be upgraded. On its own, it was mediocre at best. But once paired with my healing spell, it was like stepping on my left foot with my right and spiraling into the sky. In a sense, I could achieve infinite mana. That meant that without any potions and without teammates, I could turn into a skill-firing machine. Next, Soul Sense, C rank. It could sense the exact positions and health of all living beings within 500 meters, ignoring obstacles. It was basically a mini X-ray, scale up the range, and I could anticipate the enemy before they moved. And then Frost Nova, B rank, deals 300 damage within a 10-meter radius and freezes for 2 seconds. A control skill, exactly what I was lacking. 3 skills, but I only had 2 skill slots left. I thought it over for a good while and decided to upgrade all of them. From my past experience, maxing an F rank from scratch only takes 100 max health. Going from max to EX takes 200, exactly double. By the same logic, a C rank needs 500 to max and 1000 to reach EX. For me right now, that cost was more than affordable. Without a shred of hesitation, I spent 1,800 max health outright. Sacrifice to upgrade F rank skill, Life Diversion. Skill limit broken through, upgraded to EX rank. Current effect, spends 1% of health, restores 100% of mana, and grants sustained mana regen for 3 minutes. Skill has no cooldown. Sacrifice to upgrade C rank skill Soul Sense. Skill limit broken through, upgraded to EX rank. Current effect, sensing range expanded to 1,000 meters. Can sense a target's exact level, profession, and health percentage. Can mark targets and track them continuously. Additional EX rank effect, Soul Extraction, can sense the souls or spirit bodies of the dead and extract information. Looking at these 2 EX rank effects, I couldn't help but nod. To most people, a sacrificer really is a class that screws you over to death, but as long as you're willing to sacrifice, the gains are absurd beyond reason. 1% of health for 100% mana restore, plus sustained regen. And Soul Sense goes without saying, a 1,000-meter range is basically cheating, and it threw in Soul Extraction for free. A sacrificer's exclusive skills really are far stronger than ordinary ones. Then I looked at the last one, Frost Nova. This was my first time upgrading a B rank, so I tossed in 500 max health to test the waters. Upgraded to level 7. Sure enough, 500 couldn't push a B rank straight to max, so I switched to hammering it 100 at a time. On the third try, Frost Nova upgraded to max effect, 2,000 damage, freeze for 3 seconds, radius expanded to 15 meters, 5-second cooldown. Seeing this, I honestly almost wanted to give up. The damage had climbed to 2,000, and it was AoE, but compared to Water Arrow it still fell a bit short. Ugh, if only Frost Nova could fuse with Water Arrow. The thought had barely formed when a new prompt popped up in front of me. Use D-rank skill Water Arrow, already EX, as a sacrifice to upgrade B-rank Frost Nova? Note, after sacrifice, Water Arrow will be permanently lost, but you may change Frost Nova's upgrade direction. Seeing those words, my eyes went wide. Holy crap, you can do that. If I could sacrifice skills to upgrade skills, then even if I got a higher tier skill later, the ones I'd already trained wouldn't go to waste. I could even take a whole bunch of low-tier skills, cultivate a decent foundation, then use it to feed a high-tier skill, customizing the direction of a skill's evolution this way. The moment that possibility hit me, all my hesitation vanished into excitement. After only a moment's thought, I chose to sacrifice. Water Arrow was just a D-rank skill. Worst case, I'd spend some money and buy another one back. Sacrifice D-rank Water Arrow to upgrade Frost Nova. New skill effects gained. Ice Spike. Deals 3,000 damage to a single target. Freeze for 3 seconds, 4-second cooldown. Frost. Condenses ice elements to form a domain covering 500 meters. Enemies within the range are afflicted with the Frost effect, taking 500 damage per second and costing me 10 mana per second. Frost effect. Slow, reduced attack speed. Holy shit, this was basically the Pro Max version of Water Arrow. The single target damage was still a touch lower, but it made up for it with hard control, and this wasn't even EX rank yet. At that thought, I started hammering in health 100 at a time, wanting to also test how much a D rank EX tier skill would save me in cost. By the 8th try, Frost Nova finally advanced to EX. Ice Spike, 7,000 single target damage, freeze for 3 seconds, 3-second cooldown. Frost, domain covers 800 meters. Enemies are afflicted with the frost effect, taking 800 damage per second, costing only 5 mana per second, and the frost effect stacks faster and faster, slow, reduced attack speed. Once stacked to its limit, it freezes them outright. 7,000 damage, a 3-second freeze, and only a 3-second cooldown. Wasn't this just high damage infinite control? And frost coverage was more than double the old water arrows, with an added frost stacking effect, all for the same mana cost. Straight up win. Then I looked at the last skill, the C rank passive I'd just gotten today, Toughness. Without a shred of hesitation, I dumped in 1,500 max health. Upgraded C rank passive Toughness to EX rank. Toughness. Health regen up by 2 times. When health drops below half, regen doubles again. Additional effect. Power of Nature. If I take no damage for 10 minutes, gain another 2 times health regen. As this skill leveled up, I watched my health climb by a dozen plus points every second. I finally let a relieved smile show. At last I wouldn't have to keep tossing healing spells at myself. I glanced over the panel. This round of upgrades had eaten up close to 5,000 max health, knocking my once over 20,000 health back down. But the gains I got in exchange were enormous. In that instant, my mind stirred, and my sense of my surroundings became especially sharp. The snoring upstairs, the argument next door, and wait. My eyes snapped open. Bastards, that's the emergency stairwell. What are you two doing in there? I instantly dropped out of soul sense. Seriously, they'd already gotten a hotel room and still had to go for something that thrilling. But this once again gave me a real, first-hand feel for how powerful soul sense was. This thing was no different from cheating. Over the next couple days, I'll need to find a chance to upgrade healing too. Compared to my other skills, this F-rank healing, the one that had hauled me out of misery back in the day, was starting to lag behind. But I wasn't planning to move its position in the skill slots. I just meant to find a higher tier healing spell and feed this F-rank into it. Once I'd organized all my gains, I closed the panel, lay back on the bed, and breathed deeply, in great big gulps. Before long, my health broke 10,000 again. The most important task these next few days was to breathe more and bank up more max health, to be ready for the profession trial in 5 days. As I thought it over, I suddenly remembered something, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Li Hao, see you at the astral battlefield. Over the next 2 days, I ran several dungeons, soloing every single special dungeon in Jiangcheng, from normal all the way to nightmare. By the end, every dungeon leaderboard in Jiangcheng had me at number 1 across the board. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought the leaderboards were broken. I ran dungeons partly to get familiar with my skills, and partly to level up. The profession trial was capped at under level 20, so to be safe I ground my level up to 19. The gear I got from the runs and the skills I couldn't use, I handed over to Sun Chengyue to help sell, and at the same time I asked him to keep an eye out for a few good healing skills for me. It was also during these 2 days that I completed my parents' hospital discharge, then drove the little car I'd just bought to take the 2 of them home. Xiao Shu, this isn't the way home, is it? My mother asked. No, I bought a new place. Huh? A new place? How much did that cost? Both of them were startled. I shook my head. It's an older unit, didn't cost much. I mainly bought it for the location. The car made a turn and stopped at the entrance of a residential complex. And directly across from the complex hung a sign, number 13 Tianjiang Road, Jiangcheng. It had a more famous name, too, the Jiangcheng Municipal Government Residence. The profession trial's about to start, and word is I'll be gone for a while. I was worried someone might make a move on you too while I'm away, so I just bought a place here. Besides, it's convenient for shopping and errands nearby. As I spoke, I opened the car door and helped my mother, who'd twisted her ankle, step out. The security guard recognized this generous young man too. Right when I'd first moved in, I'd given each of the veteran guards a carton of cigarettes plus 200 yuan. Xiao Shu's here. The guard broke into a big smile the moment he saw me. Yeah, My parents just got discharged today. With the lively help of several guards, the luggage was soon carried up. I'd already gotten the new place in order. It was fully stocked with daily necessities. Xiao Shu, this is too extravagant. Looking at a new home even more upscale than the old one, the two of them were full of concern for the expense. I shook my head. It's mainly for safety. This time, even though Mayor's son stepped in to solve our trouble, Li Jianye's crowd isn't the type to let things go. The government residence is right across the street, and the Professionals Association is right next door. Even if Li Jianye and his people are unwilling to drop it, they wouldn't dare make a move in a place like this. Hearing me put it that way, the two of them, though still worried about the cost, secretly nodded. My arrangements were thorough, and it quickly dispelled the guilt they'd been carrying. Before I left, I also left them 500,000 for emergencies. Once everything was settled, Sun Chengyue sent over the healing spell he'd found. Per my request, he hadn't picked any of the flashy ones, but rather something with plain, no-frills effects and no particular specialization. This kind of healing spell heals high and steady. I quickly swapped out my old healing. The new one was a B-rank spell, Radiant Shroud, already at EX rank. Instantly restores 5,000 health, cleanses all negative effects, then restores another 500 per second for 1 minute, costing only 10 mana, 3-second cooldown. It even came with an overflow effect. When cast on myself or a teammate, once their health is full, the excess healing turns into a defense-ignoring attack that slams into nearby enemies. Before long, it was the evening of the 4th day. Sun Chengyue and Sunya came to the door together. When the door opened, Sunya was holding a huge blue box, and Sun Chengyue had several gift boxes in hand too. Sunya was still a bit polite, wanting to exchange a few pleasantries before coming in, but Sun Chengyue's nose twitched and his eyes lit up in an instant. That's braised pork, right? Huh. See, I told you we had to time it for dinner. We're in for a treat. He gave a heh-heh chuckle and craned his neck to peer inside. I felt a bit helpless. Come on in. Place is a little messy, so pardon that. That was directed at Sunya. By contrast, Sun Chengyue didn't stand on ceremony at all. The second he saw my mom cooking, he loudly offered to lend her a hand. The atmosphere quickly grew lively. Shu, this is gear my sister and I picked out for you. Take a look. I said we could just bring it over as is, but my sister insisted on wrapping it up, said unwrapping stuff is what makes it feel special. Sun Chengyue had a dismissive look on his face. Seeing her little brother blab everything, Sunya shot him a fierce glare before saying, After all, we owe you for that dungeon business before. It's nothing. All right, quit standing on ceremony. Hurry up and open it. If you don't, I'm opening it, Sun Chengyue urged. I didn't dawdle. I opened the biggest box first. Inside was a staff. The shaft was deep blue, and set at the top was an ice blue gem the size of a fist, tiny points of light drifting inside it like stars. Frost Speaker's staff, A rank. Sun Chengyue's tone was uncharacteristically serious. Ice attribute damage up 20%, max mana plus 50. My sister picked it. She said since you use Frost Nova, this one boosts your damage best. I picked it up, heavy in the hand, nice feel. I looked at Sunya. Thanks. Sunya was usually cold as ice, but once she counted you a friend, she was very easy to get along with. And my thanks, she just gave a slightly bashful smile. And this one I picked. The second box opened to reveal a dark gray mage's hat, its brim embroidered with silver patterns, unremarkable at a glance. But when I picked it up, I could feel a warm energy seeping out of it. Sage's hat, B+ rank. There was an A rank one, but that one boosts damage, and I figured you don't really need that, so I bought this instead. Don't let the B+ fool you. This hat really isn't much cheaper than an A rank. Mana regen up 20%, spirit resistance up 15%. Of course, the stats aren't the main thing. This thing looks good, and it can even change shape. As he spoke, Sun Chengyue couldn't wait to plop it onto my head. The moment it went on, the hat automatically shrank to fit the size of my head, and the best part was that the hat style could even be changed. Inside the third box was a deep blue mage's robe. The material was very light, yet it had a springy toughness to the touch, as if tanned from some kind of animal hide. Spirit pattern robe, B rank. The two of us originally wanted to pick you something with defense, but that scene of you tanking the Necro Baron head-on with your bare body last time left too deep an impression on us. So this one's mainly functional. Sun Chungyue rattled off a whole string of features. It could reshape to fit, add charm, self-repair, and something about masking your presence. In short, aside from defense, it had all sorts of odd and wonderful functions. Once I put the whole outfit on, who'd looked kind of casual before, instantly looked like a British gentleman. No wonder they say the clothes make the man. You step out in that, and people who don't know you would think you're a male model, Sun Chungyue said, his face full of envy. He then pulled out another pile of odds and ends. These are cosmetics for Andy. I heard Uncle and Auntie just got out of the hospital, so I brought some tonics too. Even Sunya, as the older sister, watching her little brother's frighteningly high emotional intelligence, couldn't help but doubt whether the two of them were even born from the same mother. Why did everyone always see her as an iceberg, while her little brother could get along with anyone? Dinner over, I saw the two of them off and returned home with a stack of documents in hand. Sun Chungyue had shoved them at me right before leaving. Inside was intel on other professionals from Jiangxing and even the wider Qinglong continent. In his words, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Lying on the bed, I opened the documents. The first several pages were all S rank and above, meticulously labeled with profession, photo, and primary attack methods. The more I read, the deeper my brow furrowed. The value of these documents was no less than the pile of gear he'd just given me. After all, right after the team event came the solo event. The more I understood about the other professionals, the more of an edge I'd have when the moment came. Soon enough, the day of the profession trial arrived. In front of the Jiangxing Professionals Association building, the crowd was a sea of people. 97 teams, for 185 people, plus the friends and family seeing them off, the media, and the association staff. The whole plaza was packed to bursting. The reason the number was so small was that the profession trial had a threshold. You had to be level 10 or above, and you needed either an elite-level dungeon clear on record or a certificate issued by a school to qualify. The giant screen scrolled through the trial rules and grouping information, and the loudspeaker repeatedly broadcast the precautions. I stood in the crowd. Sun Chungyue was on my left, clad in silver-white plate armor, shield slung across his back, like a wall that could walk. Sunya was on my right, still in her light armor with a spear. Zhang Hao and Li Yusin stood behind us, both in white robes. Our group drew no small amount of attention from the media. They're the #1 team on Jiangxing's leaderboards right now. That tall, handsome one, that's Lin Shu, #1 across every single leaderboard. See that chubby guy? That's our mayor's son's son. Overhearing this chatter, Sun Chungyue couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth twitch. Damn, there's no justice. I demand an investigation into whether this whole world is one giant looks-based scam. But compared to the talk about my looks, more people were discussing my profession. No matter how fierce a sacrificer is, they can't last. Just wonder how far he can go. He won't go far. A while back, he swept every leaderboard in the dungeon hall. Must have burned through a ton of health. Who knows how many stats he's got left now. The way I see it, he's grinding this hard because he wants to scoop up in the profession trial everything he'd need for his next life, all in one go. A few analysts said, curling their lips. Quite a few people around them chimed in. Partly because that's just the nature of the sacrificer class, and partly because they were sore about me hogging the leaderboards. Showing off, huh? Look at you. Just then, the loudspeaker rang out. Will all team captains please come to the service desk to collect your trial tokens? The team trial will begin in 15 minutes. Please make your preparations. I went and collected the token, a black metal plate engraved with our team number, 001. As #1 on every leaderboard, our team's number was naturally Jiangxing's very first. Team trial, Ghost Fortress. The staff member recited the rules expressionlessly. 5-person survival, 3-hour time limit. Kill monsters to earn points. The higher the points, the higher the score. After clearing, you may choose to challenge a higher level dungeon. The higher the level, the higher the points. This dungeon has no rule protection. Death means elimination. There is no revival. Those are the rules of the Rookie Professionals team trial. May all professionals be blessed with fortune in battle. That line, death means elimination, doused countless youths in the prime of their fiery years like a bucket of cold water. And I, gripping the token, took a single step forward. Let's go. There was no fear on my face, no hesitation, no cowardice, only calm. Seeing this, the others fell right in behind me. The light of the teleportation array flared to life. At that same moment, at the headquarters of the Qinglan Continent Professionals Association, in the enormous ring-shaped hall, a curved screen wall over 100 meters long scrolled with real-time team trial data from all 32 cities across the continent. The points board, the kill board, the difficulty board, every one refreshing by the second. At the center of the hall sat 7 middle-aged people, each with a different colored badge pinned to their chest. The lowest was S rank, and the highest was SSS rank. They were the review committee of the Qinglan Continent Professionals Association, in charge of overseeing this year's profession trial. Every ghost fortress across Qinglan Continent is now open. A woman in glasses pushed the frames up. Soon, the main screen split into 7 blocks, each labeled with its respective city name in the upper right corner. Seeing the Jiangxing feed in the center, one reviewer couldn't help but laugh. Jiangxing's really stealing the show this time. World first clear of the nightmare-level Blood Moon Graveyard. Nobody in all of Qinglan Continent can break that record. I heard about it too. 3 minutes 38. Back in my younger days, I'd have gone and filed a complaint on him. Now that I'm old, I want to file a complaint too. My grandson goes on about it every day, says a score like that couldn't have been posted by a human being. Listening to this, everyone shook their heads with a smile. But I hear that Lin Shu, the one leading them, is an SSS rank sacrificer. A sacrificer? Huh. Then it's no surprise. That class, you can call it the most useless or the strongest. When someone really goes all in, nobody can go toe-to-toe with them. Listening to the few of them banter, the man seated at the head in the center tapped the table. All right, everyone watch closely. This trial concerns the future development of our professionals. After all this time, those otherworldly races have recovered their strength too, and within Great Xia's borders, quite a few otherworld collaborators have cropped up. Our task this time is, first, to evaluate, second, to ensure safety. Don't any of you get careless. The other reviewers wiped the smiles from their faces, their expressions turning grave. The Qinglan Continent Professionals Association they presided over was the very root that kept every dungeon suppressed. As long as nothing went wrong here, then even if some trial taker inside a dungeon couldn't beat the monsters, it wouldn't lead to major casualties. And prompted by this reminder, many of their gazes fell onto that Jiangxing feed. Meanwhile, as I stepped out of the teleportation array, a thick, rotting stench hung in the air. The sky was a gray-purple, with no sun and no moon. A massive black castle stood ahead, its walls built of black stone and overrun with withered vines. The castle gate hung wide open, pitch black within. The system's voice sounded. You have entered the team trial dungeon, Ghost Fortress, normal difficulty. Current points, 0. Time limit, 120 minutes. After clearing, you may choose to enter a higher difficulty. Death permits no revival. I didn't rush in and start swinging like usual. Instead, I closed my eyes and activated Soul Sense. The scene for 1,000 meters around unfolded in my mind like a 3-dimensional map. Terrain structure, monster distribution, all at a glance. Soon, I'd settled on our route of advance. Head into the castle. Sun Chengyue took point with his shield raised. Sun Ye's spear was out of its sheath, and Zhang Hao and Li Yusin followed behind, gripping their staffs. The moment we stepped inside, the first wave of monsters came pouncing out of the rubble of a collapsed building. But even before the monsters emerged, their information did. Ghost Guard, level 13, health 1,200. 2 skills, charge, greatly boosting speed for a short time, lasting 5 seconds, and Bone Spike, dealing critical damage with added effects like bleeding and infection. All the information was laid bare within my sense. Those ghost guards had no skin. Their dark red muscle was exposed straight to the air, and their hands were sharp bone spikes. I activated Frost Nova's Frost Domain. Pale blue ripples burst out from beneath my feet, the temperature plunging across the 800-meter range, white frost crusting over the ground. The instant the 5 guards charged into the domain, their speed suddenly dropped and a layer of white frost formed over their muscles. My steps didn't stop. Frost Nova already dealt extremely high damage. And since these guards carried the ghost attribute, that triggered a bonus damage on top. In a mere 2 seconds, every ghost guard had turned into an ice sculpture. Points, 15. Keep moving. We pushed inward along the stone-paved road. Ghost guards, ghost archers, ghost servants, wave after wave. But under the slow of the Frost Domain and the pick-off kills of Ice Spike, forget getting close to the team. Not a single monster could get within 100 meters of us. The others, tense and braced at the start, gradually relaxed. Sun Chungyue even hefted his shield up onto his shoulder. To make themselves look at least a little useful, Zhang Hao and Li Yusin occasionally tossed out a cleanse spell to dispel the negative effects in the environment. Only Sunya. She didn't have Sun Qingyue's just lie back in coast attitude, and she genuinely didn't know any support skills, so all she could do was stare longingly at those monsters, blinking helplessly.